simply a matter of maintaining supply, but it is rapidly evolving into a complex challenge that encompasses infrastructure, geopolitics, geoeconomics, and resilience planning. Right now, Europe, and Southeast Europe in particular, find itself in the middle of two fully fledged wars, one in Ukraine and one in Iran, which exert daily pressure on energy supplies and prices. With Southeast Europe, we shall argue during the course of the day, being a lot more vulnerable in terms of energy security than the rest of the continent. With daily incidents, attacks and destruction on means of transport, such as tankers and pipelines and production facilities, including oil and gas production wells, refineries, LNG terminals, but also power generation stations and electricity and gas grids, energy security is right now at the top of the agenda of governments, companies, and institutions, such as the European Union. In this sense, today's gathering, taking place at the heart of Europe, is most timely as it comes to examine an actual situation, where the real challenges facing today's energy systems and supply lines, and what to do about them, will be fully analyzed and rigorously discussed. Just to demonstrate the precariousness of global energy supply, only yesterday we saw significant escalation in the Iran war following an Israeli strike against the Iranian South Pars field, one of the world's largest, the country's major gas source, and of course, a counterattack by Iran against the Ras Laffan LNG liquefaction plant in Qatar, which effectively cripples 20% of global LNG production. The reverberations of this calamity will soon be felt in international energy markets, with both oil and gas prices continuing their steep rise. I shall say no more in terms of introduction, other than explaining briefly the structure of today's event, which has a scope, an all-round examination of the various facets involved in energy security. Following two initial sessions, where we shall hear the Commission's point of view, but also inform you of our Institute's work on energy in Southeast Europe, the conference is broken down into 4 separate roundtable discussion groups. These comprise oil and gas, energy efficiency, renewables and hydrogen, electricity and gas grids, and last but not least, protection of energy infrastructure. Today, we have among us some of the top experts and executives in this area of interest, and we are grateful that they have accepted an invitation to participate. I will now give the floor to Nikolas Farantouris, who has been a very important source of encouragement and inspiration in planning this very timely, and I would say really in the heart of things, gathering. Thank you, Nikolas, again.
Costis, thank you very much for your kind words. I wish to welcome you all warmly to this seminar organized with IENE, the Institute of Southeast Europe, one of the top energy think tanks in Europe. The topic today is energy security. A topic more topical than ever, more acute than ever in the midst of a war. We have always argued, along with Costis and IENE people, that energy security and security of supply should be and should have been at the core and the top priority of a common European policy, of national energy policies, and in Brussels and beyond. We believe, and we have argued, that energy security is closely associated with stability, with economic growth, with development, with competitiveness, and at the end of the day, with political stability. And as a matter of fact, this very day today, in less than a couple of miles away from this building, the 27 member states leaders have been brought together to discuss this very issue. energy security, and political and economic stability. At the political level themselves, at the more technocratic level here in this room ourselves. It is my belief and my understanding and my strong argument that energy security is almost a synonymous to diversification, a word very well known in Brussels ecosystem for more than 20 years now. Diversification of energy mix, diversification of energy sources, diversification of energy routes. And the question is Europe ready to really diversify its energy mix, its energy sources, its energy routes? And especially, is this possible for Southeast Europe, one of the most vulnerable and dependent regions in Europe? We are here to discuss these issues, to provide answers, and to submit proposals. So bear with us today for a fruitful discussion. I wish to thank you all, IENE people, for coming here, my colleagues and friends in my office in the Parliament, the enthusiastic audience, ex-Minister of Energy, Yannis Maniatis, an active and a very good friend and fellow colleague parliamentarian, and all of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nikolas, for this kind introduction and, of course, for your kind words for our institute. We join our view and vision, and we hope to share this with the rest of the audience and participants today. I would now like to call on the floor Professor Yannis Maniatis, Euro MP, Vice Chair of the Group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, member of the ITRE, and former Minister of Environment and Energy and Climate Change of Greece.
Good morning, everybody. After this introduction by Costis Stambolis and the questions posed by my friend Nikolas Farantouris, I think that we are ready to enter to our issue. Of course, I want to thank you for the invitation and congratulate you for this initiative. Costis will present later on the IENE study. IENE study is always, for all of us, something extremely important. It's a foundation for our thoughts in the next months, whenever IENE publishes this study. Now, what is important to my approach is that IENE has taken on a very difficult task, since the study examines 16 countries in total, 7 EU members, 7 countries in the Western Balkans, which are contracting parties of the energy community, and Turkey and Israel. So, and this is precisely the first fundamental challenge we face in the region. The geographical area covered is highly diverse in political, cultural, and economic terms. Furthermore, the energy potential of Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean has been constrained by complex geopolitical factors, significant heterogeneity, fragmentation within the energy sector, limited regional cooperation, suboptimal governance, and obstacles to energy access. We should fully utilize our regional cooperation frameworks. I recognize the important contributions made by the Energy Community Secretariat and the Central and Southeastern Europe Energy Connectivity. And of course, the cooperation in EastMed Gas Forum, which has become an international organization. It is not just a forum, it's an international organization. However, there remains a need to intensify and accelerate our efforts. Additionally, EU institutions responsible for approving relevant work programs and budgets should be prepared to allocate increased resources. I will try to identify a few more common challenges for these countries and to provide my insights on what initiatives should Greece and EU undertake. First, the region of Southeast Europe lacks the necessary infrastructure. Southeast Europe is connected by 100 cross-border electricity connections between the countries and the countries at the borders of the region. Most interconnections in the Western Balkans were developed as internal transmission lines of former Yugoslavia. Today, only at the Bulgaria-Romania border, values exceeded 1,500 megawatts in both directions, and as a result, we face significantly higher prices in Southeastern Europe compared to other EU regions, as we witnessed during the summer of 2024. A few important projects have been implemented, like the 400 kilowatt Bulgaria-Greece interconnection and the new Hungary-Croatia-Slovenia cross-border connections. Nevertheless, we need to work harder. The new grids package includes significant elements able to help address the situation, but it will take many years for the energy community contracting parties to transpose it and implement it. Furthermore, the new Connecting Europe facility, for which I have the honor of being the S&D, Socialists and Democrats rapporteur, brings more money, about 30 billion euros in comparison with the previous one. In previous term, we had about 6 billion euros. Now we will have fivefold, 30 billion euros, but I am afraid that even such an amount is not enough to cover EU needs. We need to go faster. We need to implement the soonest possible PCI and PMI projects in EU, as well as projects of energy community interest able to help the region address the infrastructure bottlenecks and adapt its grids to rising renewable energy demand. In doing so, we have to find additional funds, as well as to address administrative and technical obstacles. EU member states, including Greece, should encourage both the EU and the energy community to pursue this goal. Additionally, they ought to lead in proposing and constructing the necessary infrastructure within the region we're talking about. It is unclear why Greece has yet to initiate the construction of the Greece-Italy interconnection or strengthen its interconnections with Albania and North Macedonia. The government frequently asserts that Greece will become a major exporter of green electricity. However, this objective cannot be realized without significant new infrastructure developments. And let me comment that, unfortunately, at a time when Denmark and Germany are establishing a cross-border green hub for the generation and transmission of 3 gigawatts of renewable energy in the Baltic Sea, the governments at Cyprus and Greece are still assessing, for the 6th or 7th time, the viability of the Great Sea Interconnector, rather than examining how it could serve as a foundation for establishing Cyprus and Greece as major electricity hubs in the broader region of Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. The situation in the gas sector differs somewhat. In recent years, we have completed major projects that were originally conceived 15 years ago during my tenure as minister, including TAP, IGB, and the Alexandroupolis FSRU. However, there remains a need for further infrastructure development, such as Greece-North Macedonia interconnector, additional interconnectors with and within Western Balkans, capacity upgrades to TAP and IGB, and potentially more FSRUs in Greece. The primary challenge, however, is to resolve regulatory issues that currently prevent the vertical corridor from operating at full capacity. I remain perplexed as to why these regulatory matters were not resolved in parallel with the development of new infrastructure. I would like to pose this question to both Greece and the European Commission for their consideration. With this, I come to my second point on challenges. We need to fix the regulatory constraints we face. Inside the EU borders, unfortunately, the electricity market design fails to allow lower green production electricity prices to become lower retail prices. As Acer recently put it, quotes, despite strong growth in renewables, the bloc's wholesale electricity prices in 2025 remained structurally higher than the United States, and daily fluctuations were 5 times greater than in 2020. Quotes. We need better regulatory oversight, implementation of the newest tools such as PPAs and CFDs, strengthened system flexibility, and of course, infrastructure investments. In the energy community, we need accelerated integration of contracting parties' electricity markets into the EU internal market based on full and timely implementation of the electricity integration package and related EU acquis. The transposition of the 9 legal acts comprising the electricity integration package into national legislation proved too complex to complete by the legal deadline of 31 December 2023. Nonetheless, it is essential for all parties to collaborate closely to meet this objective. Market coupling is a fundamental requirement for ensuring energy security, affordability, and integration of renewables, not only for energy community contracting parties, but also for adjacent EU member states. I encourage the Commission, Acer, ENSUS, the Secretariat, and the EU member states to further intensify their efforts to achieve market coupling in the region. There are naturally additional challenges that deserve careful consideration by the panels in this roundtable, and I'm sure Costis will manage it. These involve, one, the region's decarbonization roadmap, including wind, solar, hydrogen, synthetic fuels, and CCS. Electric connections, CCS, and hydrogen are the pillars for the new Connecting Europe facility of the 30 billion euros. So we have to take it into consideration. Second, environmental protection. Third, risk preparedness. Fourth, gas storage objectives and oil stockpiles. Fifth, diversification away from Russian imports. And sixth, infrastructure resilience. With these thoughts, I want to thank you again for your attention and wish you a very fruitful and successful meeting.
Thank you, Yannis. Thank you, Professor Maniatis. I think it is important to note that Yannis Maniatis, when he was minister, deputy minister first, and then minister, in the period 2009, 2015, early 15, he put the foundations of several projects, I would say of most projects that we see today coming to fruition or developing, including Greece-Bulgaria interconnection, vertical corridor, hydrocarbon exploration, electricity interconnections with neighboring countries, energy efficiency programs. It's a big list. The interesting thing is that several of these projects have gone ahead. The governments which followed were wise enough to follow this path. And today, in that sense, Greece is much better prepared to face the current crisis. So this is Yannis Maniatis, and we thank him very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, without further ado, I'd like now to ask our commentators to take the floor. John Roberts, Energy Security Specialist and Senior Visiting Research Fellow of IENE, and Dr. Charles Ellinas, Senior Fellow in Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council and also Research Fellow at IENE. And we're going to have Dr. Amit Moore joining us online from the battlefront, from Israel.
Kalimera. Forgive me, but it seems like it's shirt sleeve weather. We have a crisis. Time to take our jackets off. Time to roll up our sleeves, indeed. We find Southeast Europe in between two major wars, both of which have massive, intensive energy implications. That means that there's a very simple conclusion, and the conclusion's already been given to you by Professor Farantouris, which is namely diversification of energy sources, the energy mix, and energy routes. One can't put it simpler or more practically than that. The next point is questions and consequences. There are right now far more questions about what is going to happen to energy security in the region than there are answers, because of the uncertain consequences, in particular, of the US-Israeli assault on Iran. One of the problems is that there is significant questioning in Europe of the legitimacy of this war, and in particular, one might say, of its targets. Consequences have included the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Unexpectedly, the direct Israeli attack yesterday on Iran's giant South Pars gas field and the retaliatory attack by Iran on the Ras Laffan liquefaction plants that draw their gas from the other half of the great field, the North Field, which is really the same underlying formation as South Pars. Moreover, we have something very peculiar. We have the Trump message early this morning, which for the first time seems to perhaps have had some inclusion from people other than Mr. Trump, in view of sometimes it's rather more precise language than usual. But perhaps the most important element in that is his statement, no more attacks will be made by Israel. And his statement that he was not made aware of the Israeli attack on South Pars in advance. One wonders what else Mr. Trump was not made aware of by Mr. Netanyahu before it happened. Potential consequences. Prolonged outage of Qatari LNG. It doesn't have to be attacked. The facilities don't have to be attacked to stop Qatari LNG, which accounts for roughly a fifth of all the world's traded LNG reaching market You just have to close the straits. You don't even physically have to close them. You just have to make the risk of using them so great that you can't get insurance, or that you have to provide military convoys. And the convoy system for LNG tankers through the Strait, I shudder to think how vulnerable or successful that would be, but it would certainly be complex. The next point is that by opening up the question of what is legitimate as a target, you can decapitate a regime. You can launch an attack on a major oil field or gas field in the case of Iran. What is to stop Iran perhaps using, or with the cooperation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, doing the same for the Israeli production facilities? And again, it doesn't have to be successful. And the Israelis have got very good defenses against potential Hezbollah attacks. They've been looking at that issue for more than 20 years. But, it's a very big but, if you're Israel, you're going to want to make damn sure that the gas that you've got primarily serves Israel. And then again, your exports to Egypt, are they now vulnerable? Not because you can't do it, but is it now dangerous for the Egyptian government to rely on Israeli gas? And I don't mean dangerous in the terms that Israel might cut it off, but that the Egyptian people, the man in the street, it might prove one issue too much to rely on Israel when Israel has plunged the world into chaos, or at least that would be their perception. So we have a problem there, and we have a problem with Ukraine. Why is Ukraine particularly involved in energy? Two things: the intensification of the energy war, the energy dimension of that war. Effectively, we are seeing Russian attempts to destroy Ukraine's power structure. And Ukraine used to be an exporter of electricity. Even in 2024, it was doing so. That comes to an end. At the same time, Ukrainian attacks are focused on Russian energy installations, export terminals, petrochemical plants. We are probably seeing the end of Russian shipping supplies southwards to Turkey. Already, product sales have vanished completely. And my guess is oil will follow. The Black Sea is simply too uncertain a route. This doesn't impact on Russian oil revenues because they will go on to China and to destinations in the Far East or anywhere that it can get by without sanctions. But it makes it problematic. And it reduces flows into Southeast Europe. So where will Southeast Europe get its replacement supplies, or any replacement supplies? On gas, it could look to the US for more LNG. It can potentially look to the Caspian for more LNG, for more pipeline gas. And it could also look eventually to more gas from North Africa, notably from the new discoveries made offshore Libya. But these take time. There's no immediate element that can step up to the mark. So that means Southeast Europe is going to have to learn to do with less gas than before, at a time when Ukraine needs more energy imports than ever before simply to survive. And indeed, one would say not just to survive, but to protect the rest of Europe from Russia's aggression. And I'll end with one point on oil, which is that oil remains fungible. You can squeeze it somewhere, you can get it out another. That is why the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which impacts 20% of the world's internationally traded oil, physically traded oil, about 40% of that, i.e. 2/5 of that, can pretty quickly go out through other pipeline routes, notably the Saudi pipeline Arab Cake to Yanbu, the Fujairah pipeline across the UAE, and indeed we are hearing talk of Iraqi crude being revived via the pipeline to Jehan. So there are alternatives in oil, but again, tighten your belts and the price will go up. So the pressure to develop renewables, the pressure to develop interconnections within Southeast Europe so that renewable energy can be balanced throughout the region becomes ever more intense. We are in an unpredictable world. We don't know when the US-Iran war will end. And in the face of this unpredictability, we are going to have to look to both to national development of internal resources and within Southeast Europe to maximum cooperation to help each other, particularly in development of renewables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for setting the broader context, the broader scene. What John remarked is really of direct relevance to today's proceedings. I would now like to ask Charles Ellinas to take the floor. Charles. Although I might say renewables, which are being pursued very strongly by the EU and many countries and have done fantastic progress over the last few years, are still intermittent. They still rely on conventional sources to operate the general system. And I might say right now, in an energy security crisis situation, they're not very useful. The main representatives of the European organizations like Solar Europe and Wind Europe were invited and very strongly invited to attend and participate in today's meeting, but they chose not to be present. This shows the weakness in terms of policy, to say the least. So, Charles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Costis. I'm afraid with the developments as they're happening now, we're all talking about energy security as a result of the Iran war. Undoubtedly, the war has upended the way we view energy security and its impact on global energy. Whatever we thought before the end of February has been thrown out of the window. We need to think differently now. The war led to the closure of Strait of Hormuz, and because of that, we have lost 20% of global crude oil supplies and 20% of LNG supplies. And in fact, with the attack on Ras Laffan yesterday and the damage caused at Ras Laffan, LNG, that 20% of LNG will take months to come back to into the world market. That means that gas prices globally will stay high for quite a while. But it's not just oil and LNG that is affected. It's many other things. For example, 30 to 40% of ammonia and urea used for fertilizers, 40% of sulfur, 25% of helium, and 20 to 30% of methanol are not passing through the Strait of Hormuz. That affects almost everything you can think of, from agriculture to food to industries. And with the attack on Middle East, on Gulf refineries, it also has a disproportionate impact on the price of distilled products like petrol, diesel, and jet fuel. For example, jet fuel right now costs twice as much as the price before the war. Diesel has, even though Brent a couple of days ago was $105, diesel was at $155 per barrel. And today, as a result of the attacks yesterday, Brent went to $114 and TTF gas to $68 euros per megawatt hour. But these prices are coming down already. And to me, that indicates that the markets believe that escalation is going to be avoided. The markets seem to be already working towards de-escalation. Prices going down, that's what it means. I'm not going to go into the attacks yesterday. Everybody is discussing those. But it is, these issues are causing havoc for global supply chains. And it's impacting Asia's and Europe's petrochemical industries, other industries, agriculture, and food. It also has economic and energy security impacts on Southeast Europe and around this Med. As Professor Maniatis said earlier on, the impact is disproportionate. And the reason is because energy intensity of GDP in countries of Southeast Europe is higher. We depend more for our GDP on energy and fossil fuels than the rest of Europe. As a result, problems with making fossil fuels more expensive, it has a bigger impact on our economies. And also the region, as a result of it, is more sensitive to spikes in energy prices. And also an additional impact is the fact that the region is highly dependent on maritime services. Greece, Cyprus, highly dependent on maritime services, and that is also a sector highly affected. The conflict also has reignited some of the tensions in the East Med. After the drone attack at a Kadiri base in Cyprus, Greece sent frigates and fighter planes to Cyprus. The rest of Europe, quite a few European countries sent support as well. And that immediately prompted Turkey to send fighter planes and other defense equipment to the north of Cyprus, making the already dangerous situation there even more dangerous, with these adversaries at close proximity to each other, and with the war still being a problem. Following the escalating attacks from Iran, Israel shut down the Leviathan and Karish gas fields and halted gas exports to Egypt and Jordan. This has major impact on both countries. It's the amount of gas involved is about 1.1 billion cubic feet per day, which is quite substantial. And it has a severe impact on regional energy. And as a result, also impact on gas prices globally, because Egypt has been forced now to go back to the markets to find more LNG to replace the gas it's not getting from Israel. And that is not as easy because, as I said before, 20% of global LNG supply is no longer there. So the rest of the world is fighting to get their hands on less LNG. Egypt, as a result, has to pay dearly for that LNG. And that the price of LNG today is more than twice the price of TTF gas, which is similar to LNG prices, is more than twice the price before the conflict. Egypt, in other words, has to pay a massive amount of money at a time when its economy is in tatters and is relying on IMF handouts to survive. For Egypt, the Israeli gas amounts to about 20% of its consumption, not easy to replace. And already, Egypt has started to curb electricity use in the country. And if this goes longer, they might come back to blackouts that they had before last year, for example. I'm sure my colleague Amir will talk about Israel in more detail, so I'll avoid repeating what might come back later in substantially more detail. But clearly, as a result of these problems, Israel's role as a regional energy supplier is now being questioned. Because obviously the countries like Jordan and Egypt, depending on Israel, no longer have energy. And it's forcing reliance on alternatives, more expensive energy sources, sometimes probably even going back to coal. A direct consequence of the Iran war is that heavy dependence on fossil fuels exposes users to disproportionate energy security and cost challenges. Energy importing countries will do what is needed to reduce or even remove oil from their energy mix. Chinese technology, clean energy technology, electric vehicles are now seeing a massive advantage. And if China had $1 trillion excess sales last year, this year is going to be even more. Inevitably and understandably, the crisis is accelerating discussions in the region regarding nuclear energy and investment and faster deployment of renewables, including rooftop solar, to reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels. Even Greece now is thinking seriously about branching into nuclear. In this context, electricity interconnectors, about which Professor Maniatis spoke earlier on, are the nervous system of energy security in Southeast Europe. They're critical because they transform isolated national grids into a resilient collective network, providing a safety net during supply shocks, balancing variable renewables. They also lower the conflict premium by linking countries. If one energy source becomes too expensive or is cut off, interconnectors allow the market to find the next cheapest alternative supply, which can be available anywhere in the region and also in the rest of Europe. The exception to this is Cyprus, that has an isolated system and is still resisting the idea of the Great Sea Interconnector and putting that into question despite the huge support it's receiving from the European Commission. The war in Iran has brought energy security to the top of the agenda for Europe and for Southeast Europe and the East Med regions. The discussions today, the roundtable discussions today, aim to contribute to this process, and thus, in that context, is very timely. And I look forward to the rest of the roundtable discussions today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Charles, for giving us an overall round picture, especially concerning the East Med, Cyprus, Egypt area, which you know very well. Charles has served in positions of authority in this part of the world, and he has since followed the market very closely, and we're very grateful for these useful remarks. I will now go on to our friend and IENE partner in Israel, Dr. Amit Mor. So the man in the battlefront here, you have the floor, Amit.
Thank you very much, Costis, and again, very timely indeed opportunity to discuss energy security in the midst of the war, as if you envisioned this war before. And thank you also, John, Charles. I'd like to discuss several issues. First, just to note the differences between what is called right now interim name, possibly the Hormuz War, which became an energy war, to the fourth international energy crisis. The first one, 73, 74, following the Yom Kippur War with the Arab boycott. That time, OPEC countries cut 10% of world oil production, which was about 5 million barrels a day at that time, out of 50 million barrels total per day, total consumption, and price increased by 4.5-fold, for $2.50 per barrel to $11 per barrel in 3 months' time. This time, the Strait of Hormuz closure cut 20% of the world's oil supply, and now with the alternative routes of possibly of Saudi oil via the petrol line from the Gulf to Yanbu in the Red Sea, in time it will increase to 3 to 4, possibly 5 million barrels per day, and Fujairah pipeline bypassing the Strait of Hormuz from the Emirates, plus a release of 400 million barrels, which at the maximum can be at about 4 million barrels per day capacity. So in time, it will take some time, but the reduction will be from 21 million barrels, which are passing the strait regularly, to about 12 to 13. But what we have seen right now, with 20% cut in oil supply to the markets, prices increased this morning, just before the conference. I checked, Brent was traded by $117, just now checked, reduced to $114 per barrel. That is an increase of 70% from the $68 per barrel. It was traded on the 27th of February. So what we see right now, that the world is much less dependent on oil that used to be in the past, that the energy intensity, that is the consumption of energy per dollar of GDP production, has decreased by more than 50% during this time. So what are the lessons learned? First, what we learned from the war in the Ukraine and the 2.5 years wars here that Israel is conducting in Gaza, in Lebanon, and right now the second Israeli-Iranian war, or the Hormuz war, or any other name that in the future will be given to this war, which became an international energy crisis.
We have a small technical problem. The web is down. But meanwhile, let me tell you that the price of oil is now about $115 per barrel. The price of gas at TTF has reached 70 euros per megawatt hour. And Asian markets, LNG, have reached about $25 per MBTU. So these are really very, very high prices. Do we have any news from Amit more? Okay. I'd like to wrap up the session to thank John Roberts, Charles Ellinas, and Amit Moore for the very timely and on-the-point contributions. And we now move to the next session, which is the energy security dimension in Southeast Europe. Our moderator is Ambassador Honorarium Michael Christidis, Balkan and Black Sea Forum, diplomatic and diplomatic advisor and good friend of IENE.
Thank you so much, Costis. I would suggest that if Mr. Moore comes back to us,
Right,
we will give him back the floor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me repeat my name, Michael Christidis, a retired Greek diplomat who is involved in many, many things nowadays. And I'm very happy and proud to be with the Institute for, no, this is Mr. Pinto, yeah, for energy in Southeast Europe.
So,
if you had, must be Mr. Moore.
No, no.
hello. Yes, I'm still speaking. Can you hear me?
Amit, okay, please.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, Mr. Moore, go on. Please, Mr. Moore, we can hear you. We can't see you yet, but we can hear you.
The lesson was learned in Jordan. They brought back an LNG FSRU and they established strategic reserves of diesel, so they don't have shortage of electricity. But there are power cuts in Egypt because a major shortage of lack of Israeli gas. Same way in Israel, we increased our diesel, strategic reserves of diesel. So as a backup of power generation, so there's now already 200,000 tons of diesel were burned. So there is no lack of electricity here. Also, the coal power plants are working in full capacity. And basically, Israel is holding a world precedent, a world record in phasing out coal just for emergency situation. It used to be 10% coal in power generation last year, but now once we have those reserves of coal and power plants or emergency situation, so basically diversification and strategic reserves are a must. Second lesson is onshore natural gas storage facilities. We don't have onshore natural gas storage facilities, also not in Jordan and in Egypt, also in some of the Southeast European countries. And this is very, very important to have onshore strategic and commercial storage reserves of gas. We see it right now. It's very, very important to develop such reserves. The last lesson is, as we know very well, is that renewable energy, distributed energy, is energy security, it's national security. Once you have a large component of renewable energy in your energy mix, so you are less dependent on fossil fuels, and that's very, very important. So as much as we have, and in the future from 50%, we in Israel will go to 40%, 50%. In Jordan, they're already 30%. Egypt has a 40% objective to 2030. This is very, very important. Now, vis-a-vis Iran itself. Iran is counting on gas for 70% of its power generation. Most of the power, the gas,
Mr. Moore, we can't hear you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, technology sometimes is not on our side. So let me start with a very brief introduction on this new session, this panel. If you had any doubts, I'm sure that the speeches of all distinguished speakers before me have convinced you that this energy meeting is finding place in a time of real great global convulsions, I would say. And it is a time when energy security is no longer an abstract objective or issue. It is being an issue stress tested in real time. The recent geopolitical escalations in the broader Middle East, particularly, of course, involving Israel, the United States, and Iran, have once again exposed how quickly regional tensions can affect global energy systems and how vulnerable our region, Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean, are. Of course, energy security in this region has always been a very, let me say, complex equation. It is shaped by geography, by infrastructure constraints, by political realities, by external dependencies, and so on. But of course, over the past years, as you heard, especially from Professor Maniatis, we have made tangible progress in this region. Diversification of supply routes, new LNG capacities, enhanced interconnectivity. Yet, as they say, the room for improvement is the biggest room in the world. There is indeed much room for improvement in what we are doing in this area. Because this new crisis seems to reveal that resilience is still a work in progress. And with this very brief introduction, I would like to invite Mr. Andrea Huber. No, I'm sorry. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Stambolis, the chairman of IENE, to present a monumental work of the Institute, I must say, which is entitled Southeast Europe Energy Outlook 2025-2026, a work of more than 1,100 pages put together with the contribution of all IENE partners in the 16 countries which are participating in all the events and the activity of IENE. So, dear Costis, the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Christidis, for this kind introduction. Could I please have the presentation, not the card? This is not the right frame. Okay. Taking advantage of the this roundtable, which we are organizing here today, I thought it would be useful for the discussion to present very briefly the findings of our study, which we could have conducted for the fourth time, which is called Southeast Europe Energy Outlook. As you will see, this is a study with about 27 different contributors from all over the countries of the region, Southeast Europe. it's not just composed of country profiles, but it has substantial sectorial analysis. It has a lot of modeling work about energy and demand and supply in the region, a lot of comparisons. I will go rather quickly through the presentation, but the actual presentation will be loaded will be posted on the microsite of the event, and you will be able to view this next week, as indeed we're going to post most of the contributions by the various speakers. So following that is going to be a contribution by Andreas Hobier, instead of Cristina Lobilo Borrero, who has been called at the meeting today, the high-level meeting. And then we're going to have the discussion with Ronald Pinto, Professor Purika, Dr. Halil Yugiguden, Mr. Priskovich, and Professor Neven Duik. This will follow the intervention by the European community. Right. Okay. Thank you. So, as I said, this is the fourth time we're conducting this major study. We started 2011, and as you will see here, these are the previous studies, and this is the table of content, but this is the contents of the study, where we cover all these different areas I just described. These are the contributors from the 16 different countries of the region, plus the contributors of the sectorial analysis, which is oil, gas, electricity, renewables, and so forth. Why we did the study? We're doing the study because we bring together information from the different countries and the different sectors, trying to make comparisons and trying to see what the trends are in Southeast Europe and how Southeast Europe compares to the rest of the continent. And in terms of regulation, which is very important, and in terms of actual energy demand supply trends. So it's an effort to understand the geopolitical and geographical sphere and the economic background, to study, analyze, and understand the region's energy market structure and associated energy flows, and identify the important investment and business opportunities across Southeast Europe. This is an in-depth study of the energy prospects and perspectives of a particular geographic region, where the sum often exceeds the value of the constituent parts. And although this was stated by Aristotle 2,000 years ago, it still holds in certain areas of work in science, in technology, and in humanities. And here you see the actual core countries, as we call them, in blue. These are the 16 countries which we follow statistically. And then in green, we have the peripheral countries. These are the countries with whom the core countries have energy flows and energy exchanges, either electricity, gas, whatever, and of course, investment. The good thing is that we have partners in almost all of these countries, and the partners have been very active in providing the information, analyzing the trends, and being actually our man on the spot with fresh and credible information. And without this network of partners, we would not have been able to conduct such demanding study. So this gives us the basis for a critical assessment, a comprehensive data provision, and analysis of the dynamics of the markets and of the involved. The study also helps us to highlight key policy issues related to energy, such as energy supply, energy security, emissions, energy transition to clean fuels, new energy technologies, contentious political issues, which have an energy policy bearing, and other related matters. Of course, the economy is the basis, or the economies is the basis of the development in the energy markets, and vice versa. And without energy, the economies would not have been able to function. And I think this graph is very interesting because it illustrates that after several years of excessive volatility, after the 2008 crisis, until about 2015, there was a lot of volatility in terms of development trends, GDP, but as we progress, we see most of the countries, especially West Balkan 6 countries and the East Balkan countries, we have a convergence in terms of growth rates, varying between 2% and 4%. So this is a very gratifying situation for us when it comes to actually make the comparisons of economic data and parameters. The energy mix, gross inland consumption, including Turkey, between 2003 to 2023. The interesting thing is that we do not see a lot of change. We see some change. We see renewables coming more into, as expected, because of vast investments. They're coming more into the energy mix. Solid fuels have retreated, but not much. Gas is more or less the same. And the interesting thing is that we have more oil consumption. And here we base our analysis including Turkey and without Turkey, because Turkey is about 50% of the total energy demand consumption of the region. And here you see the picture without Turkey, where we have more noted changes in terms of the contribution of the energy mix of the different parts, like solid fuels. We see a lot less solid fuels. Why? Because the EU member countries of the region have actually succeeded in decarbonizing part of their economies, so we have less solid fuel use. Then we have gas, which is more or less the same. And again, we have a lot more oil consumption. Why? Because we have a lot more motor vehicles, we have more investment in that sector, and greater mobility. And then we have renewables, which are marked difference from 15% to 19%. And of course, the nuclear contribution is about 9%, which is slightly higher, because several countries, as you'll hear later, Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, Hungary, and now Turkey are having nuclear power. Of course, Turkey's nuclear power does not register yet, but we have 4 countries with nuclear capacity, and this makes a difference. The key regional issues: marked divergence between EU and Southeast EU strategies and goals and Southeast Europe energy trends. There is a clear divergence. Southeast Europe is more vulnerable in terms of supply than the rest of Europe. Energy security is emerging fast as a key policy issue, as we heard this morning. We have high hydrocarbon dependence, the countries of the region. Electricity as gas, that is the gas which is used for electricity power generation, alters the supply balance. There is still lack of adequate electricity and gas interconnections. We need more. Coal and lignite is and will continue for some time to be relevant because certain countries, especially West Balkan countries, see solid fuels as their ultimate energy security pillar. So they cannot get loose of this very easily. The path towards decarbonization is more difficult. Excuse me, let's go back. Can we go back, please? Southeast Europe's path towards decarbonization is difficult and uncertain right now. Nuclear remains a viable option, and renewable energy growth is impeded due to repeated policy failures and electricity grid constraints. We see a lot of electricity being discarded, curtailments, as electricity from renewables gets more and more into the grid. So this is an issue which has to be addressed. So the next slide shows the energy dependence in Southeast Europe, which is high. Some countries a lot more than others. So some differences over the last 10 years, but the net result is that we have high energy dependence in many Southeast European countries. Next one. Oil import dependence is a common denominator for most countries in the region. The same applies with gas. The next slide, please. Gas import dependence. Some countries are less so, like Romania, like Croatia, which produce their own gas, but all the rest are almost 100% dependent on gas imports. Turkey is making headway because of new findings. Next one, please. And fossil fuels in Southeast Europe's gross available energy still plays an important role. Next. There is high share of lignite in Southeast Europe's gross available energy, primarily from the West Balkan 6 countries. You see the EU countries like Greece, Hungary, Romania, Slovenia have managed more or less to decarbonize the power generation. Bulgaria is still high, but not that high as, for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, which rely a lot for power generation on solid fuels. Next. I'll skip that. Next. Next. And next. Now, despite a lot of investment in renewables over the last 10, 15 years, what we see here is that emissions have not actually dropped off that fast. And some countries are more or less at the same levels. Some countries, like, for example, Greece and Romania, they have dropped. But in other countries, they are rising. So we have a mixed picture, but the lesson is that in spite of investing quite a lot of money and resources on renewables, we don't see an analogous result. Next. So this is something of interest and of study. We go to the power mix, and the power mix, we have a different picture from the energy mix, because electricity still counts a small part of the total energy mix. And here we see that renewables have actually made a big, they have a big input into the system, almost, would say about 50% higher, from 29% in 2013 to about 42% in 10 years later, with solid fuels declining fast and gas more or less remaining the same and oil going out of the picture. So in terms of power generation, yes, renewables have actually made a big impact, and they will continue to make an impact as we have more systems for storage, both batteries and pumped storage. Now, the question whether they will be able to make a bigger impact in terms of the energy mix remains to be seen. Here again, we have the picture without Turkey, and again we see almost double the input of renewables from 2013 to 2023. It's definitely a success story of renewables, as you will hear later from Mr. Sofianos. Next, please. And here you see very clearly how renewables in terms of installed capacity have built up over the last 10, 15 years. Turkey is really leading the way because of its size and size of the investments, with Greece and Romania following, and then the rest of the countries. So a lot of money, billions and billions of euros investment, and still going strong despite the problems we have with curtailments. Next one. So we now come to the key regional issues in terms of energy security, which is the main theme of our meeting today. And because of its geography and its proximity to high-risk conflict zones, like the Middle East, like Ukraine, the region faces much bigger threats, and some of them are translated into disruption of supplies in terms of gas, oil, not yet, fortunately, but definitely in terms of gas, where we actually lived through that period in 2021, 22, 23. Security of transportation, shipment of oil and gas, smooth supply of electricity, and effective protection of energy infrastructure. These are the main pillars of energy security concerns when it comes to Southeast Europe. And the next one. As far as the provisions made in the region, we have the oil stock requirements of the IEA, which are transposed to European Union law and directives. So all the EU countries in the region are covered through this 90-day stock requirement very well. Some of them have much higher stocks, for example, like Greece has a lot higher than the 90 days. And in the energy community countries, the picture is mixed. Some countries are less than 90 days, which is worrying. Others are just on 90 days. So the oil stock requirements, although it applies successfully to EU countries, is not that successful when it comes to the West Balkan 6 countries. And next one, we have a situation in gas storage, where we have very specific gas storage requirements. Next one. Right. Gas storage requirements in Southeast Europe follow more or less the guidelines which have been set by the European Commission in terms of percentage of storage fulfillment at the start of the heating season. Some countries, Greece notably, has no gas storage at all, which is something very regrettable. But other countries do not use at all gas, like Albania or Montenegro or Kosovo, for example, or Cyprus have no gas at all. So we have a mixed picture when it comes to the countries outside the EU, but definitely gas has been built into the energy security picture of Southeast Europe. And of course, we have a number of contentious issues, and we have also some hot spots in terms of actual physical threats in the region, as you'll see here in this map. Next. It's interesting to note that Europe relies on, apart from the Middle East, but relies a lot for its oil supply from 2 countries, oil and gas supply, Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan. So we have put some notes on this because later we have some interventions from representatives from these countries. From gas, we get from Azerbaijan through the TAP corridor, the South Caucasus, TAP, reaching Europe, and in between Greece and Bulgaria get substantial quantities of gas from Azerbaijan. But Azerbaijan also supplies oil, as well as Kazakhstan, which follows through the Black Sea terminals. So it's important now because we have issues in Black Sea with a lot of with certain incidents concerning disruption of transportation through sea as a result of the war in Ukraine. So not only we have disruptions in the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, we also have disruptions in the Black Sea. So it's important to note this aspect. Next. And here we have what we call the expanded South Corridor. The South Corridor was something that was first put on the table by the European Commission back in the late 90s. It took about 15, 20 years to be implemented, but it has been implemented. And since 2020, we have gas flowing from Azerbaijan via Turkey, via Greece, via Albania to Italy, and reaching the main European gas markets. Now, this gas corridor, which effectively, if you take this from start to the end, is one of the longest gas pipelines in the world. You have built infrastructure at various stages, including offshoots like secondary pipelines, interconnector pipelines like Greece-Bulgaria interconnector pipelines, LNG terminals, floating storage FSRUs gas terminals, and new pipelines, for example, like the vertical corridor, which is a corridor of gas composed from different parts in different countries, which are coordinated through protocols between the various gas transmission operators. And so far, we have seen the vertical corridor in operation at certain times of the year with specific products like Route 1, Route 3, Route 3, Route 2, Route 3. Yet a lot more work remains to be done because for the vertical corridor to be effective or as effective as other pipelines which bring gas, for example, to the Central Europe, to Ukraine, Hungary from the north, from the Baltic, a lot more work has to be done in terms of infrastructure and regulation. But it is a viable project, and we have gas now coming from terminals like Alexandroupolis, Revithoussa, and shortly 2 other new gas terminals from Corinth and from Thessaloniki going up north. So in this sense, Greece is becoming a hub of transportation of gas to the main Balkan Peninsula and also further north to Central Europe. In this sense, we have started seeing gas-to-gas competition because also Turkey has this capacity because they have 5 LNG terminals, they have many pipelines, and they have also started producing gas of their own. So we have a very interesting situation, something which EC planners had dreamt of about 10, 15 years ago for the gas market to be liberalized, and liberalized means a lot of competition. Now we have gas-to-gas competition coming from different sources in the same geographical region. So this is a very dynamic development, a dynamic market, which obviously will keep the interest growing in the months and years ahead. Next one, please. Electricity interconnections, well developed, but a lot more needs to be done because electricity is coming more and more into the market. Next. And some of the big projects in the region, like the Greece-Cyprus-Israel electricity interconnector, the Greece-Egypt interconnector, next one. And we have a really huge project, which is the Greece-Germany electricity interconnector, traversing the Adriatic Sea. We're talking about gradually building in blocks of 3, 9 gigawatts of capacity. The stake here is for Greece and other countries, including Cyprus and Israel, to be able to export low-cost electricity from renewables north. So this is in the planning stage, and I'm happy to say that we have contributed a small part of the study as IENE, where we're in cooperation with Grant Thornton, which was the main principle in this study. Next one. And nuclear power, which is definitely on the rise. It provides continuous base load, not so cheap as some people think. It is expensive, but it is really long-term, and it pays off because it's on call 24 hours a day. Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, Hungary, Turkey now are the main players in nuclear power in the region. Small modular reactors is the promise of the next generation of reactors, where it is a very attractive proposition because of the tremendous industrial possibilities provided in different countries. I mean, you have several countries contributing to the construction of modular reactors because of the different parts required, and this all to be done in an industrial process, therefore aiming at lower cost, of course with a lower installed capacity, not 1,000 megawatts, 1,200 megawatts, which is the conventional installed capacity, but we're talking about a lot less, 100, 200, up to 300 megawatts. But that enables you to produce a lot more nuclear reactors and at lower cost. It remains to be seen because projects are now still developing. And here you see the picture of the different nuclear plants. Next. And energy demand supply projections forms an important part of this study. And we really want to see what's going to happen over the next 10, 12, 15, up to 2050, 25 years. So we have taken information data from each country. And so we have an analysis country by country, and then we have an analysis on the whole, as you will see. Next, please. And we have three different scenarios. One is the WEM scenario with existing measures. What is the situation? One, which is with additional measures, and NZ, which is the net zero scenario. So please, the next slide. So you'll see here with the existing measures, and you see the West Balkan countries showing a smooth growth in terms of demand. The mature EU economies more or less stable because energy is not, we don't experience such big energy growth. And Turkey, which is really the winner in this sense, has a lot of growth as we go on because of expanding economy, big population, and modernization of the economy. Next one, which is the WEM scenario, and you see a different these are additional measures. And again, Turkey has steep growth in terms of demand. On contrast, the EU countries are showing not a growth, but really a decline. And the West Balkan countries are showing a growth. And then we go to the net zero, where again, Turkey shows a growth, EU countries much steeper decline, and West Balkan 6 countries a small growth. So this is the overall picture on the different scenarios, inspired, of course, by the analysis year-long by International Energy Agency, which were the first really in this field. Next one. And the study completes with an investment outlook in the region. And we see here, we're talking about the next 10 years. And compared to estimates in 2021, and now we have big jump in terms of investments planned and realized. So in 2021, we had about 436 billion, and now we're having about 668 billion. It's a big difference. And if we take into consideration, the next one, please, the consideration, the cross-country projects, we have even higher investment costs, investment outlays, 711 billion in the next 25 years, compared to 468, which was 4 years ago. So we're talking about 70 billion investment potential in the region every year. So it means that the region is successful to a large extent, is able to attract outside investment, and this makes it very interesting to study and try to analyze what's happening. So for us that we live and work in this part of the world, these are very exciting times because we see the economies growing, energy differentiating and growing at the same time. I won't go over the key messages. I have already relayed a lot to you, and I wish to thank the companies who trusted IENE with this study and supported it, because without their support, we would not have been able to carry such demanding study in 18 months, which it took us. The study started in 2024, it was completed at the end of 2025 and published in January, February this year. The interesting thing is that we have supporters from 4 countries, Greece, from Turkey, from Bulgaria, and from Romania. So that shows that the study has an appeal to other countries, several countries in the region. And with that, I wish to thank you for your attention. And as I said, the whole presentation will be available on the microsite. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stambolis. I believe that this enormous work of the analysis that you prepared is of great importance, extremely valuable and helpful for Southeast Europe, because in a region as interconnected, but also as exposed as Southeast Europe, energy security is not just a national concern. I believe it is a shared strategic responsibility for all the countries in the region. And with that, I would like to call Mr. Andreas Huber, if I pronounce his name correctly, who we are very glad to have him. He is the Deputy Head of Unit for Relationship with Member States and Energy Community. And Mr. Huber is another expert on Southeast Europe. So the floor is yours, Mr. Huber. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And you know, much has been said already in the previous with the previous speakers. So what I thought I just going to give you some highlights how we work in the energy community in the EU or the Commission with the region energy community. I already mentioned, but there are other important frameworks I would like to introduce to you to get an impression how we work here. Energy security was mentioned as something that has dominated the last couple of years when it comes to energy supplies and securing those supplies in Europe. When I started in the Commission working on energy a long time ago, the famous energy triangle that exemplifies the major objectives of energy policy in the EU looked very similar, but the emphasis was different. It was all about markets. It was all about opening energy markets, make it competitive, make sure that we don't overpay, we pay the least cost for energy. Where it is coming from, there wasn't so much looked at. It was taken for granted that there is. We only need to work on the framework of the market, and we're going to give the best deal out of that. So a lot of work was done on that. And then as decarbonization, global warming got more important, the energy triangle turned, and it turned more on renewables. People were working a lot on renewables. The EU energy framework was strengthened. There were targets set, and several other supporting legislative work was done to make sure that we increase renewable energy supplies. And then the third part of the triangle was energy security. This was there, but wasn't so important before the first gas crisis in 2009 came about with Ukraine, Russia. And this is where then the first regulations on gas security supply and also on electricity were created. And now with 2022, the triangle again now turned to energy security much more than maybe ever before, or at least in these 10-15 years that I had followed energy. Of course, it was Russia with the horrible war that they have been still waging on Ukraine, and the fallout, the energy fallout of that for Ukraine, but also for Europe. We all remember Russia selectively turning off the gas tap on different European countries, trying to dwarf their efforts to counter Russia's moves in Ukraine. This has, of course, put Europe in a very difficult situation that we all know the consequences of. The answer of Europe to this was repower. We call it repower. It was a plan, it's an action with list of measures that we thought Europe needs to take to get this crisis in grip. One key pillar of that plan was to replace the lost supplies. Europe has managed through work, through prices, to attract supplies from other sources, from other directions of the world. Much more LNG came in, and you know the story. Much, I think, is documented in this very good report that you prepared, and quite a lot of gas then came from the US and other parts of the world. It was very bitter in the sense that Europe had partially not the infrastructure to land all this new gas, but also had to pay an astronomical price for that. There wasn't or there hasn't been free gas waiting somewhere hidden to come to Europe. So you had to buy it off from people who bought it before for themselves and pay a price that they forego these supplies and send this in Europe. We all remember Pakistan and other countries restricting electricity supplies back in the days because their cargoes that would not otherwise would have gone to Asia were coming partially to Europe. It wasn't a full replacement. It would be also foolish. It wasn't also possible. So another key pillar in repower was reduction of gas consumption, and the EU in these 2022 years or crisis months in spring and then the summer had churned out almost in a monthly pace different pieces of crisis legislation. You would remember European rules requiring storage, gas storage, to be filled up first to 80, 85, then 90% of their capacity. So basically asking all storages be filled during the filling season, so that for next year there is sufficient gas there. There were also rules because Europe also didn't want it to be exposed only to prices, and prices to make us get into a supply equilibrium, but we also wanted other measures to come in handy here. In particular, gas consumption reduction. There were EU rules requiring gas consumption to be reduced by 15%. And indeed, Europe has seen several measures to achieve this. There were rules to reduce temperature in homes. In my home country, Hungary, it was something like 18 degrees and less. Public institutions, museums, and others were closed because the state didn't have money to, and didn't want to spend such amount of money to buy gas and heat those institutions more than they thought they can afford. And other similar measures were put in place. And Europe has succeeded. Consumption went down more than 15%. It was like 18 or more percent that Europe could save, which is huge. And thirdly, the idea was to accelerate the rollout of renewable energies, in particular renewable electricity production, where then year by year in these crisis years, Europe was deploying additional renewable capacities equivalent of saving around 10 BCM gas, which is, say, the consumption of Austria or more, or Hungary or more, in that magnitude. So this also contributed to our ability to master the crisis. So as a result of this, Europe was able to manage the crisis, though in a painful way, but successfully. And one of the learnings of that was that Russia cannot be trusted anymore as a reliable energy supplier, which it was hailed for long before. This paradigm of Europe buying Russian energy sources at, say, a favorable price and making important goods out of that, while Russia supplying these supplies, and this is mutually supportive and reinforcing, and in the long term buys peace, didn't go up at the end, and therefore the conclusion was taken or drawn that we need to phase out these dependencies. Actually, all Russian fossil fuel imports will eventually need to cease to be able to maintain Europe's energy autonomy and geographical autonomy, economic autonomy at the end. This is important and still relevant because even Russia has turned and reduced and stopped energy supplies, in particular gas supplies, in a directed way across Europe. It still has maintained supplies. It hasn't stopped all its supplies. To me, at least, it appears that at the moment when they realized that they were not able to stop Europe in doing what Europe thought is important to do in its and take its geographical and geopolitical role then autonomously, then they actually even started to increase supplies here and there. In particular, Central Eastern Europe has continued receiving Russian gas through the Turkish pipeline, including in Greece and other parts of Central Eastern Europe, but also through LNG. The Yamal supplies have continued to come and land LNG cargoes here. So we still have quite some Russian gas as of now, something like, say, 35 BCM gas is flowing. This is something like 12, 13% of European gas import. So it's still a lot. And we came to the conclusion that this will not leave Europe until rules are not in place and not require this gas to leave. And this is where then the decision was made to set out European rules to this end. So the Repower Gas Regulation was put in place recently, which requires a stepwise phase out of Russian gas imports. It's just kicked in on the 18th of March, so very recently, and we'll then see over the next year and a half, a gradual phase out of Russian imports, LNG first, and then pipeline gas. So that's something important to note. We are also looking at and working on similar rules for oil. Oil is, though to a lesser extent from Russia, still in Europe. It's basically Hungary and Slovakia who still buy Russian oil. And we have told that we're going to roll out similar rules to the Druzhba pipeline, which at the moment doesn't flow that oil. But otherwise, these two countries continue importing on these pipelines, and the proposal will seek to phase this out in the near future. I just also want to mention that energy security is more than the direct access to and securing access to energies. It is also going beyond this. It is going into securing supply chains and technologies that we need to be able to build key energy production and other related facilities. I'm talking about wind, I'm talking about other important energy projects that Europe needs to be able to keep control of or gain control of. And there are raw materials that are linked to this. There are technologies to link to this. So you have seen that the EU has rolled out several legislative provisions that make sure that we can secure this. So there was Net Zero Industrial Act, Critical Raw Materials Act that are about to achieve this wider control of the energy capabilities of Europe, and by this securing this energy autonomy or energy independence as much as this can be ensured in a world which is otherwise very much integrated. We are also reviewing another energy-related framework, energy security of supply rules. We have had, as I told you, since 2009, separate legislation on gas and then later on electricity. We would like to now review these rule books to integrate these two, to make sure that we have the right focus and we have the rule books that can handle situations that we have just faced with Russia and future other ones, where cyber attacks and other kind of threats that we are facing now will be handled appropriately. This work is ongoing. We're going to come out very soon with legislative updates on this. And finally, maybe on the region, I think you said quite a lot about Southeast Europe and the energy dependencies of this region. The energy community framework was also mentioned. This is a treaty, an international treaty that basically requires the members, which are basically the Balkan countries, but also now beyond, in particular Ukraine, Moldova, also Georgia, to apply gradually EU energy law. Is there to help them integrate with something that actually they are interconnected with, something on which partially their energy security relies on, but also where our EU energy security relies on. Most of these countries in the energy community are at the same time EU candidate countries. So for them, this is also a stepping stone in the European integration direction, and with the end station of them becoming EU members. So this is a very important framework which we have been coordinating. The unit where I am coming, so the place where I'm coming from in DG Energy is actually also the unit that does this coordination with the energy community. And just to say that beyond making them apply legislation, we are also working with them in different other ways. We have regional groups through which we bring together EU and energy community countries to look at important joint projects. For gas, you mentioned a few, with Greece taking a more important role as a gate for non-Russian energy carriers. We talked about the Turkstream pipeline in gas or the Druzhba in oil. If it goes in the direction as we propose, in a very, let's say, little time, Russia will not be able to send these energies to us, and therefore replacement will be important. And Greece as an important gate to this. We need the infrastructure to bring these additional resources, gas in particular, in the wider region. So we want to work with the member states and the energy community countries that existing infrastructure can be used better. We have Trans-Balkan vertical corridor that you mentioned. It's important that it boasts the necessary technical but also commercial conditions that it can become actually an infrastructure that can live up to its potential and supply more gas into the region. This also became lately very important for Ukraine's own security, which, as you explained, in normal conditions supply gas for itself. But now Russia is repeatedly destroying or have destroyed parts of their infrastructure, in particular production capabilities, where Ukraine now needs to turn to Europe and import gas that previously they haven't imported. And here, this Southeast European region is an important source for this. So we're going to continue working with them. I just wanted to mention maybe as a closing remark, one important element. While Europe has been investing also in financial terms a lot in the neighborhood and in the region, now we don't anymore support fossil fuel infrastructure. There was a support for this, and in the region has received support to build gas infrastructure, interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, ICGB also, and in the direction of Serbia, there were gas interconnector projects supported. But now these funds are not anymore available. In our understanding, the infrastructure is like largely there. What is coming in the next period will be enough to supply and cover the wider region. Just wanted to name two things. The Kirk LNG terminal in Croatia has received EU support to increase its output and be able to send more gas into the center of Europe. And perhaps even more importantly, Black Sea gas in Romania, which is going to ramp up with the beginning or with the end of 2027, the end of next year, and going to be, if correct, in the plateau, bring 8 to 10 BCM gas into the region, which in large parts actually using relatively little. So this 10 BCM will be quite a lot. So it's important when we talk about energy security that we don't need to be relying on long supply chains and look at the Strait of Hormuz for gas, but if we can produce this or get this from the area, and in particular in Southeast Europe, then all the better. So we will be continue working on these projects and following them also through the energy community to make sure that Southeast Europe gets a further and full integration into the wider European energy and energy security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huber. Very, very interesting and important information you gave us. Let me just say that many, and not only EU member states, look to the EU to manage this latest crisis in a way that secures the least possible increases of prices for the average European citizen. I'm sure that Mr. Stambolis would like to take advantage of your presence here and ask you some questions. So, Mr. Stambolis, you have the floor.
I have two very specific questions. The first one, you mentioned that the EU no longer supports financially gas infrastructure pipelines, but in your December announcement, you have Highway 8, which is the reverse flow of Trans-Balkan pipeline. And this obviously needs investment to enable the reverse flow, that is to take gas from south to north. So is this still going on, or is this out of the agenda? And the other point is that if the present crisis worsens, as it looks, is the recommendation of the European Commission to the Council going to be to reuse the rule book from the 2022-2023 crisis, that is the reuse, the repower principles?
Okay, so when we're talking about to your first question, yeah, when we're talking about Trans-Balkan pipeline infrastructure, sometimes called vertical corridor, we want to put now the emphasis more on making sure that the existing infrastructure, which is there, is used to its optimum or maximum. This is still not the case because we are facing partially different gas qualities in the region, which need to see some harmonization, but also maybe chiefly or more importantly or equally importantly, missing commercial incentives to use this pipeline. We have very high tariffs. We have here small countries on the way where transportation costs add up as gas moves through the pipeline, and that makes it very expensive to bring Greek-landed LNG into Ukraine. I think if you just try to do this based on the advertised tariffs, you will pay something like 15 euro per megawatt hour to get this gas into Ukraine, for example. You mentioned the root product, so there are arrangements in place that are trying to address this. We want to make sure that we have a durable EU-conform way to agree on tariffs, be adjusted in a way that this pipeline direction becomes.
Is the investment going to go on in reverse flow?
Yes, I don't think the EU will now review its wider policy and start putting money in building out this corridor. Countries along the corridor have taken sovereign decisions on actually doing this partially. So Bulgaria has been, from its own resources, developing this and adding capacities to this. So maybe not from EU funds, but from other funds, this increase of capacities along this route is actually happening.
Yeah, but in December, you announced that one of the 8 interconnector projects was to be the reverse flow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think what we mean with this project is to facilitate the flow and accessibility of this. It's not that it is not able to reverse flow reverse. It does actually. Yeah? Ukraine is using this now, but also so gas has already flown through this pipeline in reverse mode. But what we I think need is that it can do it under better conditions.
okay.
And the second one was, whether we consider similar measures. Again, I think it's important to say that measures that we instituted in 2002, some of them are still there. For example, chiefly the requirement to fill up storages is there. this has been relaxed or adjusted to make it more flexible, less rigid, but these targets are still requiring member states to fill up storages. For now, I think we find that this works, and I think we are following the development very, very closely, both on gas and the oil markets. We have weekly calls with member states. Now we intensify this work with them to make sure that we have a full understanding of their security of supply situation and market situation in both of these energy carriers, and we will then take it from them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huber, for being with us and giving us all this information. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are way off the program, unfortunately.
Half an hour of the discussion.
Yes. So we will go on with the actual discussion. We have very important speakers in this panel. 3 of them will be online, and I want to make sure that they are connected. First of all, Mr. Ronald Pinto, a principal analyst. Is Mr. Pinto online? We can see you, Mr. Pinto. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Then we have Professor Ionut Purica from Romania.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hello. Thank you so much for being with us. We can hear and see you also. Then we have, for some time now, because I see him on the monitor, Dr. Yiğit Güden from Turkey. You are with us. Can you hear us, Mr. Yiğit Güden? Hello? Fine. I hope you can hear us. And then we have...
thank you. I'm present.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then we have to join us here at the panel, Mr. Jakub Prizoborevich. I hope I spell this incredible surname of yours correctly, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Everything is
And Professor Neven Dujic. Welcome, Professor. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. So with all that we heard, of course, many questions arise, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, fundamental questions. Are we truly becoming more secure, or are we simply adapting to these new forms of vulnerability in our area? Is infrastructure keeping in pace with the geopolitical risk? And perhaps more importantly, are we thinking about energy security in sufficiently strategic terms and not only technical? So today's discussion gives us the opportunity to deal with these issues with our distinguished speakers. And I will start with you, Mr. Yiğit Güden. In the context of this recent military escalation, apart from the one, of course, from the invasion in Ukraine, this recent military escalation that involves Iran, Israel, and the United States, what are, you believe, the specific vulnerabilities in Southeast Europe's energy systems? What has been exposed as the greatest vulnerability for this region? Can you please enlighten us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Christides. I think a very important issue I have to say regarding the discussions over the last 6 months or 9 months in Europe, delaying or postponing the energy transition and then to focus on energy security is a nonsense. So energy security and energy transition go hand in hand, and we have to focus more and even accelerate energy transition to reduce the need for more fossil fuels. The region is very vulnerable, but there are hopes that the issues could be solved and the countries can survive this turmoil without big scars. So I want to share some of my thoughts, as Costis Stambolis mentioned before, coming from the largest country in the region, largest economy in the region with $1.6 trillion GDP. It's very stubborn to reduce the share of fossil fuels in primary energy mix. All the efforts in Turkey, so we came by primary energy mix a share of 18.6% of renewables during the past years. By electricity, it's more faster. So what is our target? Also mentioned in the Outlook study. We target 2035 to have a share of 24% of renewables in primary energy mix. So this looks very, say, humble, but it's not easy to realize it. And by installed capacity, we are targeting 65% renewables installed capacity in 2035. And additionally, by the generation, we want to have, by electricity generation, a share of 55% from renewables in 2035, and additionally also 11% from nuclear. And nuclear was from the very first day a solid part of the Turkish energy security discussions, and thanks these efforts, the first unit of the 4 is near completed and the commissioning stage, and we hope to have the other 3 units also commissioned in the coming 3 to 4 years. As mentioned before, energy efficiency plays a very important role. This is not just for reducing emissions. By reducing energy efficiency, you are less dependent on fossil fuels. On the other side, for a country like Turkey with global connections, we want to increase the global competitiveness of our industry abroad by higher energy efficiency in the sector. When you look to map of Turkey for oil and gas, Turkey did a lot for the energy security of the region and continues to do it. So in the early days, the crude oil pipeline from Iraq to Turkish south coast has been built. Later, beginning of this century, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline from the Caspian, from Azerbaijan to the Turkish south coast has been built. The interconnections to Iran, to Russia has been built. Then the biggest effort was to build the Southern Energy Corridor from the Georgian border up to the Greek border, first with the Turkish national grid east-west connection, and later with the TANAP pipeline connecting at the Greek border to Greece-Turkey interconnector and Trans-Adriatic pipeline connector, and also to invest for diversification and energy security in 5 different LNG import facilities along the coast. These regasification facilities gives us an important, important position to use. So I think we will see now the map. Please, next one, continue to the map. To the map, please. Further. Yes, we see this infrastructure has been built with a lot of taxpayers' money, and including also 2 underground storage facilities, one in the center of Turkey, the other one northwest of Turkey, 2 more, 2 additional LNG regasification facilities are under planning. At the same time, Turkey is investing very heavily in exploration and production of hydrocarbons, both in indigenous and in neighboring countries. Next one, please. So the important issue is also the transportation sector. The large chunk of important fuels are used in the transportation sector. Turkey is promoting the rail-bound transport, and both across the country with high-speed train network and within the urban areas with rail-bound transport. Next one, please. We are experiencing a real revolution in electromobility. Last year, Turkey ranked number 4 in electric car sales with 190,000 sold cars, and electric cars reached a 17% market share. This is all full electric cars, not including hybrid and the others. Next one, please. And to develop this, you need proper infrastructure with charging points reaching last year 40,000 across the country. Next one, please. I thank you for your patience, and I want to give a small highlight. If you have further questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Yiğit Gügen. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I would kindly ask all speakers to do not exceed 5-6 minutes in their presentations. Thank you so much. I would like now to ask Mr. Pinto if he can hear us. In crisis conditions, usually governments tend to prioritize security of supply over decarbonization. Are we witnessing a structural shift away from the energy transition agenda in Southeast Europe, or is this just a temporary recalibration? Mr. Pinto, the floor is yours.
Hi, Ambassador. Thank you so much for having me here. And thanks for your question. I'll just take a minute just to, I guess, give some visibility to the current crisis we're going through, and to highlight some of the potential risks that, that will bring to Europe, and in particular to the region. I think it's important. Even this morning, for example, we had news of another wave of attacks to the world's largest LNG facility in Qatar. And I guess what I wanted to say is that even if last year imports of Qatari LNG into Europe were just at around 8% of total LNG imports into the EU plus the UK, we have seen prices reacted, quite heavily to all these disruptions that we're seeing, and this is quite interesting to understand because only a handful of countries like just Italy, Poland, Belgium, and the UK are directly exposed to actually the loss of direct Qatari imports of LNG. But then, what we see in prices is that most European gas prices are well above, the levels they were like a couple of months ago, right? So it means that actually, when it comes to energy security, which is the topic we're addressing at the moment, we cannot be complacent, with the current situation, even if one is not importing, volumes of Qatari LNG. Actually, your market is being affected by that, and there is a structural reason for this. Of course, in the aftermath of the LNG of the energy crisis in 2022, Europe developed infrastructure for LNG imports that allowed the whole continent to replace part of that volume of pipeline gas that was lost from Russia. That said, that also made us more exposed to the dynamics of global LNG markets. And what we're seeing right now is that prices are skyrocketing, not only because Europe, is ending winter with very low storage levels at the moment, but also because we're facing competition for that LNG with Asian players that are also extremely reliant, actually directly on this Qatari LNG. So, in terms of energy security, I just wanted to highlight that currently, based on what we're seeing at the moment in the market, there is a high risk that this project from Qatar will be offline for even just a few months, for example. So, which would actually put a lot of pressure on prices, including prices in Southeastern Europe. The impact is not only there. We have seen how Egypt, for example, has been importing more LNG than usual. And of course, some of that LNG was supposed to come to Southern Europe, right? So those volumes are now going elsewhere. And of course, this will impact directly, countries like Croatia, countries like Greece. Turkey is also right now at potential risk, as it imports actually gas from Iran. If those imports are curtailed, Turkey could potentially need additional LNG to replace that loss. So, I just wanted to contextualize this also in the context of it's true that a lot of infrastructure has been added, and sometimes we can think that it's some of that will remain idle, right? But actually, it's for times like this where we need to have this infrastructure in place, and we need to keep working on that because we still have challenges in place. For example, as someone was talking about before, the difference in tariffs that we have in Southeastern Europe relative to what we see in other parts of Europe are a real challenge, right? You don't do much by having just the infrastructure there if the cost of moving that molecule of gas from point A to point B is 2 or 3 times more expensive, because we're not only talking about accessibility but also about affordability, right? And that's a key point that in my view needs to be addressed beyond the technical issues such as gas quality differences, etc. So I guess in that regard, we are back into crisis mode. Of course, prices are not reflecting the levels that we had in 2022. But I think it's important to anticipate, and some of these measures that we saw in 2022 for demand reduction, for example, would be quite interesting to think about those, at that early stage of this crisis. I'm just conscious of time, but just wanted to highlight that we're going through really like a big change in I guess when it comes to the LNG market and how that affects countries in Southeastern Europe. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your very focused remarks. I will stay with our speakers online. I have a next question for Professor Ionut Purica from Romania, if he can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. We can see you. Yeah. So, Professor, the Eastern Mediterranean has long been presented as an emerging energy hub. Now, given this instability and the recent disruptions, do you believe the region is still a credible pillar of European energy security, or has its geopolitical risk fundamentally altered its investment case?
Thank you first for the organizers giving me the opportunity to address all this panel. The idea is the following. Let me talk a little about context and then respond punctually to specifically to your question. What is happening right now in the Southeast European region is actually we are out of the concept of functional market. Let's not forget that this year is marking 250 years from Adam Smith's Wealth of the Nations book that is actually had started the capitalist view of the market as a place where the wish for gain, for profit is equilibrated by competition. Actually, what is happening nowadays is that in the last 80 years, we've been psychologically structured to believe that market is solving everything. Yes, it is, if it's functional. But there is a limit beyond functionality of the market where we have to come up with different approaches to solving crises, to solving things like that. We are now discussing solving a crisis with the principle of the market. Less taxes or try to get various other sources and so on. No, it's a question of putting together a new model, or not new, but a model that is actually responding to the specific requirements beyond market normal behavior. And this is risks. As you mentioned, in the Mediterranean and Black Sea region, on the east side of Mediterranean and Black Sea, new gas reserves have been found. Various connections are both in Black Sea and Mediterranean. Various connections for energy cables are to be made in the Black Sea and in the Mediterranean. I'm not going to get into details of that, because you may find this in the amazing work of the outlook that Costis, Stambolis and IENE have been done. And this is the third volume. I call it the Energy Larousse, if you know the French Larousse of the Southeast Europe. We are in a position now to get Southeast Europe on a different path. And one of the things that I consider a vulnerability, not only in Europe, but in Southeast, but in all European Union, is the loss of an integrated vision. We have been pushed into emissions and renewables, and which is not bad, but it's actually had neglected and even triggered some decisions like Germany and renouncing nuclear. Obviously, the previous regime of energy decisions was good as long as the Russian gas was flowing. Now it's not the case, and one other thing is that not only Russian gas, because of sanctions, is not flowing, but also Qatari liquefied natural gas, oil, and so on, due to the Iranian situation and or Hormuz Strait situation. What we are now going to get to adapt fast is assess the global situation or the holistic situation, not global in the sense of all the earth, but only regional situation, and influences, outside influences, and get decisions that would actually protect, raise security, not to sacrifice too much on affordability, just to mention the trilemma index of the World Energy Council. And it's clear that this is a shift of mentality. Like, I don't know, I remember Einstein, I guess, was saying that you don't solve a problem with the same type of approach and logic that created it. We need to come out of the mentality that we use till now. One example is the fact that the president of the European Commission has said that renouncing nuclear was not exactly the best thing to do. And nuclear is coming out now. Romania, let me make this brief parenthesis, has never stopped its nuclear program. We have 2 CANDU units on natural uranium fuel, so we don't depend on anybody else. We have our own fuel cycle, a full fuel cycle. And we are now researching lead-cooled reactors, fast breeders, to reduce the quantity of fuel that could be used in this fast breeder of waste fuel from CANDU. And also a typical pressurized water reactor, small modular reactors to implement into the system. And I think that the request by the Prime Minister of Greece to get a cooperation of Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece on nuclear is something that comes at a very good moment and opens up the possibility to increase the safety and the security of the generation of energy in the region. Finally, it's important also to be very careful about preparing the next generation of experts, of specialists, and to have people that can understand the processes and to react fast to what is actually happening. When I hear the prices of oil are increasing, it's like hearing the meteorological bulletin. It's not the prices, it's people that are increasing. It's mechanisms that can be controlled and can be adapted to situations of high risk as the ones that we are experiencing right now. So my feeling is that it's not a question of temporary situation, although the pressure of market solves everything is there, but of a different type of a paradigm that that is a little changed, and where people are aware that there are limits inside which the market is very good and can be used, and there are limits outside which market can become a nuisance, like we saw in before the Russian invasion in Ukraine, where they raised the price of gas in 2021, actually using the market as a source of money to finance special operations. Let me put it in the proper name of the Russians. So the thing is that the answer to your question is that things are changing, resource flows are changing, and the idea is that our structured approach to what is happening in the energy systems should get a more integrated view, a more evolutionary view. Let me end with a story a nice story that I usually tell my master students. It's I'll say it with Romania, I heard it with various countries. The end of the world is coming. All countries disappear. Romania remains. Why? We are 10 years behind. Actually, the thing is that nobody is behind or advanced. Everybody is on its own evolution trajectory. Only you have to understand with an integrated vision where you are, where you want to go, and how you want to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will go on with Professor Dujic from Zagreb. We in Southeast Europe very often speak about regional coordination, also, of course, in what concerns energy. Yet I have the feeling that the responses, especially to crisis, are mainly or remain mainly national. Do you have anything, I mean, any concrete mechanisms, or what do you believe could enhance to establish a genuine energy solidarity in times of crisis? Because, I mean, the conclusion that cooperation and coordination, regional coordination is important, I think comes out from all that we heard until now today.
Well, one issue that certainly goes in that way is that Southeast Europe is not completely integrated into European Union. There are still candidate countries. There is energy community, but it does not have mechanisms to deliver. Well, this crisis now shows quite well that bringing fossil fuels to the region is not the solution, because we have crisis because of it. So trying to find new pathways to bring more faraway fossil fuels will just continue with the crisis. And the region is very rich in renewables. It also has very good hydro potential, which can balance those renewables. ESAC, which is European Academy Scientific Advisory Board, did produce a report on security of sustainable energy.
supply, and it is quite clear from it that energy transition should be made much faster, and that we should not try to keep dependent even more on fossil fuels. And in Southeast European region, it's quite clear that that would work very well and could work very quickly. There are a lot of projects. In Croatia, there is 14 gigawatts of projects which are stuck in permitting. So basically, the whole thing, the whole transition could be done quite quickly. Isaac also understands and supports the need for solutions that can transition from Russian gas. Of course, that had to be done, replacing it with LNG. And LNG, in a way, is a good thing for transition because it can be installed relatively quickly, which we have shown in 22. And it can be also removed very quickly once it is replaced by renewables. It has higher price, which is actually quite good because it motivates further transition to happen more quickly, and it doesn't create a long-term lock-in effects as pipelines. So coming back to the transition, I think, or Isaac thinks that there is no trilemma, that we can solve all three issues with the same method. With decarbonization, we also solve the problem of security of supply because we then use local resources and do not make the region more dependent on faraway fossil fuels. And regarding the affordability, if you compare price on the wholesale market of electricity between 2018 and 25, the average prices in Southeast Europe have went up double compared to Western Europe, in which the increase was much lower. Why? Because the penetration of variable renewables in Western Europe was much higher. Once the share of wind reaches above 20% and solar above 10%, wind and solar become marginal electricity sources in some hours, and that reduces the price. As long as gas is marginal electricity source, the price will be high. And Southeast Europe didn't do enough transition. It's still too little wind and solar in its power system to affect wholesale prices. So what would be the result of fast increasing wind and solar shares in Southeast Europe would be eventual fall in wholesale prices. To make that have an impact on retail prices is a political construct. But in order to make it happen, we need to also couple the wholesale prices and retail prices in order to enable demand response, so that the integration of variable renewables can be made even faster and cheaper. Of course, we fully support IENE report on more interconnections, more storages. This is absolutely needed in any case. But regarding the trilemma, we see that a fast transition is the best choice for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although I believe that usually in periods of crisis, governments tend to forget a bit about energy transition and focus more on energy supply, which might at some times, delay the transition, let's say the speed of transition. Thank you very much, Professor. Last but not least, can you please pronounce your surname for me and for everybody else, because it's really very, very difficult?
So my surname is Przyborowicz.
Przyborowicz. So Mr. Przyborowicz, who is the office manager of the Polish gas transmission operator, thank you so much for being with us. I have a very, let me say, general question. I mean, looking ahead, how do you see Southeast Europe in what concerns energy? Will it become strategically autonomous in energy, or will it be, because of its proximity to so many fault lines, Middle East and so on, will it be more exposed to these risks? How do you see the future?
Thank you so much. Just to give small clarity, today I'm in the head of the Gas Infrastructure Europe, where I'm co-chairing several working groups as security of supply or the CESC region. So I will have rather more broad performance. As concerning your question, is a very good question in the sense that I have been listening to all the panelists, and we have lots of the pros and the cons. So first of all, when we are talking about the natural gas as such and its future, we need to think over about the sector integration. So because, of course, of the energy transition, which we are really big fans of, and you need to still remember about the gas and hydrogen package. So we as operators of the LNG terminals, transmission system and the storage, we as well thinking over how our infrastructure can be utilized in the future towards the hydrogen, biomethane, maybe even the CCS. So by that we mean, and we see the region as a very important part of the transition, but still reliant on the molecules. Of course, we see that there will be huge decrease of the natural gas generally in EU, and what the Commission already mentioned in the beginning with the simulation about this decreasing of the 15%, though in 2040 most probably still we will have a kind of the stable demand and need of the natural gas, because of course we're talking about the gas, but it has a very big influence on the electricity as such, because we need to have a stability of the grid, and gas-fired power plants then most probably will serve on the days when we don't have enough of the wind and not enough of the solar. So that is also very important to remember that besides whatever gas will be still very important. And because of that, yesterday we had the event as a Gas Infrastructure Europe where we were promoting our report on the security of the supply, but from the storage perspective. And by that, I want to make the reference to 2040, because according to this report prepared by Artelis, we see that 50% of the storage most probably will be still needed in the winter times. So something what, of course, it's not positive in the sense of the geopolitical situation which we are facing at the moment. Unfortunately, the storage level is something what I have checked even a few minutes before the panel around I'm saying about the natural gas. Around the EU average is 28%, which is very, very, and I would say even critically low. So the message which on behalf of all the operators I would like to convey, it's we need to think over how we are supposed to already fill in, because we have the regulation which is saying that before the winter we need to have 80%, but I would be even more ambitious, because we don't know what is going to be future, and from the geopolitical point of view, we don't know what are going to be prices of the natural gas as such. Of course, thanks to, let's say, investments which we did for last 2 decades So from 2009, when we had the first crisis and there was an intention of the Commission to put forward the SOS regulation, we have the TNE, thanks to each with the PCI projects, we were able to interconnect EU as well by that give the possibilities of the Southeast region to be properly connected with the other member states. So we have infrastructure there. Of course, this professor make a nice reference to 2022 and the new LNG to come, mostly FSRUs. So at the moment, around the EU, we have 31 working already LNG terminals. Still, at least two new to come in perspective of 28, but still we are planning 15 more to come. So as a gas infrastructure Europe, we even prepared like 3 years ago study, which is called Future of LNG Terminals. Why I'm mentioning that? Of course, the risk which we having at the moment are at the moment based on the natural gas, but we already as operators, we are thinking how we can in future utilize those terminals toward like methanol, ammonia, so different energy carriers. So I would say there is no clear answer. The region will be important, will be developing. We will have accession of new member states to come. So that will be very important, them to be properly interconnected as well. But thanks to the infrastructure and how it was allocated for the last years, we don't need to think only about getting the gas or LNG in south. It can be as well in the north. There is coming to be a new big corridor coming of the natural gas in the Baltics and Nordics, which can be then by the interconnectors utilized to other regions of EU. So let's say we have that already here, but of course, most probably there needs to be market which is supposed to work and use properly the interconnectors. And unfortunately, we cannot look only on the price. And this is the reason why we have this problem, the storage, because a lot of market players thought we will fill it with the gas in the future. And nobody was thinking that we will have another war coming towards, let's say, Europe. We are affected with the situation in Arab Peninsula. So we cannot, let's say, just wait. We need to really react at the moment. So that would be my general signal.
Thank you so much, because your words help me draw a very brief conclusion that perhaps energy security in Southeast Europe is not so much or not only a question of planning for the long term, but it's mainly a matter of managing the continuous uncertainty that we are facing in the region. With that, I would very much like to thank all our panelists for their candor and very, very interesting answers. Unfortunately, we can't have a round of second questions because we are well beyond the time frame. Thank you all so much, panelists, and you, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Guy. All the best.
All the best. Nice to meet you.
Nobody says anything, but it's, I think, lunch break in Brussels.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch break will be curtailed, made much briefer. So until 2:15, when we resume again, 2:15. So we have half an hour. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. It's very good to be here. It's incredibly timely to be here. And I'm not going to say anything myself apart from one word that I should have said this morning: storage. We do need to stress the importance of storage and energy. I'll go straight to the roundtable, because what we want to do is to have short introductions from each of our speakers and then actually have a real discussion. So without any further ado, Maria Kaniadiru Rozik, I do apologize, from IOGP, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for organizing this excellent event. I think it's very important that we have this discussion, given all the circumstances. So discussion on energy security is extremely timely. Now, I'll just have 5 minutes, so I'll be very concise, and I want to be very focused, and I want to pass you two key messages. There is one positive message and one negative. But before we go to those two messages, I would like to briefly introduce my organization, which is the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers. So you know whom I represent and which name I speak. The slides are not moving forward.
Aim over there. Aim to the...
All right, voila. So here you can see our members. So we are a global organization. We have almost 100 members. I am coming from the IOGP Europe office, which is in Brussels, and I represent the European companies. So you see those companies that are in the blue box on that slide. So you can see that we have a very wide membership of oil and gas companies, and we have quite a few discussions on energy security of Europe. Now, going to the messages. One positive, one negative, and as in every story, let's start with the negative one. Of course, it's terrible what is happening right now. That's very much outside of the realm of what we can affect or what we can influence on the global stage and the geopolitics. But what we have discussed with our members for already several months, if not years, is the methane regulation that has been adopted in 2024. So that regulation has the so-called import provisions, which requires that importers comply with the same requirements as the domestic producers. Now we are talking about the importers outside of the EU, in all different third countries, our key suppliers. And of course, the impact is extremely significant because they are not at the level of compliance with those provisions that are required by the methane regulation. And those requirements kick in as of 1st January 2027. Now, it's all very technical. It might sound very technical, but what it basically means is that from the 1st January of 2027, we will not be able, in a significant amounts, to import natural gas and crude oil. What it means that we are already living in a very difficult situation geopolitically with imports of natural gas and crude oil, and you see that what effect that has on the prices, but it can even further deteriorate as of 1st January 2027 due to methane regulation provisions. So just not to speak in a vacuum, we IOGP together with Fuels Europe and Concava, we have commissioned a study done by Wood Mackenzie that evaluated those volumes that would not be compliant. And this is something that you can see on the screen. So from 1st January 2027, it would be 43% of natural gas that would not be compliant with the requirements and would not be able to come to the European market. And for crude oil, it's even more significant because it's 87%. It's almost 90%. It's almost all of the crude oil that we import. And we import, just to make that point, almost all of our crude oil and all of our natural gas. So there is a difference of 15%, but it's minor. So this is of course, it can have a significant implications for the security supply, but it can have a significant implications for the affordability of energy. So here we are talking about significant increases of natural gas, historically highest prices ever, and for crude oil is $9 per barrel. and that would further translate to increased prices for diesel and for gasoline. So this is our regulation, and this is something that we can change. We are calling, not only we, but 25 associations at this moment are calling for urgent modifications to the methane regulation. And I want to highlight that, not to reduce the climate ambition, not to reduce the ambition of methane regulation, but just to provide more time to comply with those requirements. And here we see that at least 2 years of more time is required for those producers outside of the EU in order to be having those viable imports to the EU and not to endanger the market in the European Union. And this is something that some of you in this room hopefully could also help us influence and call for the Commission to introduce those modifications in the upcoming energy omnibus that Commission is working on. Now, I want to also close on the positive message regarding the energy security, something that we could do and we have potential to do in Europe, but we are currently not discussing. And what is that? It is a domestic production of oil and gas. And this is very relevant for the region of Southeast Europe in particular, because you see that there are developments. We had a gentleman who spoke about Romania. Romania is almost self-sufficient on oil and gas. And this is the right direction to go, because if we talk about diversification, exactly, this is a diversification that is needed. We need to have our own sources, not to rely on those external suppliers. And if we move to the next slide, I can show you that there is still potential in Europe regarding the natural gas resources. You can see here on the slides the resources and reserves. And there is also potential regarding crude oil in the EU. So you can see this breakthrough here, but you probably all have seen the recent developments in the Black Sea. The Neptune Deep is a major project. And then Greece has also signed a lot of new deals for exploration and production in the Mediterranean, and Cyprus as well. So this is definitely something that we should take into account, given that it was also in Draghi report who recommended that member states should reassess their domestic oil and gas resources. And I hope I stick to 5 minutes.
You've been fine.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here today together with good colleagues and friends from IENE. Of course, the title of this event couldn't be more relevant nowadays. I will start by saying that I represent Fuels Europe, the European Fuel Manufacturers Association. In the meantime, I was expecting to see my presentation slides.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So Fuels Europe, the European Fuel Manufacturers Association, represents 40 members, 40 companies operating refineries across the EU, 27, the UK, Switzerland, and Norway, representing almost 95% of Europe's refining capacity. And our members produce fuels for all segments of mobility, both conventional and renewables. Also feedstocks for industrial value chains and other critical energy products used across the European economy. So this roundtable today, as I said, couldn't be more relevant, unfortunately, I would say. The panel focuses on oil and gas. So this crisis is really huge, the Iran and Gulf crisis. It's now ongoing over the past 3 weeks with significant impacts. Here on the slide, we can see that the disruption is visible even from the satellites, and around 200 tankers are currently stuck inside the Gulf, unable to exit. That means that for our sector, around 20 million barrels per day of oil, which means 15 million barrels of crude oil and 5 million barrels of oil products, cannot go through the Straits of Hormuz. This corresponds to about 20% of the global oil demand. And specifically for Europe, Europe cannot import 14% of its total crude imports. And it's not only about crude oil, it's also about middle distillates, because Europe is getting its supplies of middle distillates from the area. The 40% of its imports come from 3 countries, Kuwait, United Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. And of course, we all understand that this has severe implications for the global economy, and of course leads to sharp increases of prices, of energy prices, fuels, gas, and electricity. Well, in situations like this, the public debate always comes into the energy security issues, along with the need to reduce energy dependence, strengthen strategic autonomy, and how we can move faster to renewable energy. And let me clarify that when it comes to our sector and we talk about energy security, it's not only energy security regarding access to crude oil, it's also energy security related to the manufacturing capacity of our refineries across Europe. And in this context, we need to identify the key elements of the liquid fuel sector, that Europe is almost fully dependent on imported crude for its liquid fuels production. On the other hand, we have these strategic manufacturing assets across Europe, as you can see on the map. Our members operate 83 conventional refineries and 11 biorefineries. And when we often hear that we need to move away from fossil fuels, we need to understand that it is crude that we should move away from, and not from liquid fuels, because liquid fuels, and here I come to the good message, as Maria said. So far we had the bad news. The good news is that liquid fuels, excuse me, renewable fuels more specifically, will be needed, will be absolutely necessary for the climate neutrality and the climate ambitions of the European Union. And in order to ensure energy security, resilience, and strategic autonomy for Europe, these fuels should be produced in the EU by the European fuel manufacturing industry. It is important also to highlight that our industry, the refining manufacturing industry, stands at the heart of all these sectors that you see around our sector on the graph. So it's all about transport segments, aviation, maritime, road transport, as well as, of course, defense and military sector. They all rely on almost 100% on our fuels and products, but also other crucial industrial value chains, such as the chemical industry that gets 50% of its feedstock from our products. And of course, this sector has a significant economic and social footprint, but unfortunately, our sector has been facing a huge competitiveness headwinds over the past few years. And as you can see on the slide, 35 refineries have shut down since 2009, which means a reduction of 30% of the total refineries and 20% of a reduction of our capacity. However, our sector has started already its transition, and as you can see, I already mentioned that we operate 11 biorefineries, which means that they produce 100% renewable fuels. You can see the manufacturing capacity of renewable fuels, both renewable diesel and SAF, already meeting the targets of the European legislation for SAF in the period 2025 to 2029. And renewable diesel can be found in more than 6,000 fuel stations across Europe, a fuel that can be used in all existing fleets, on all existing vehicles already. It is also important to highlight, and here you can see a map with the major projects on green hydrogen and renewable fuels that have been announced by our members. They will be able to deliver renewable fuels and green hydrogen in the coming years. And it is important to understand that our transition is an indispensable prerequisite for the decarbonization of all those sectors relying on us. So if our industry collapses, these sectors will collapse as well. If our transition fails, the decarbonization of all these industries and all these sectors will also fail. Which is, of course, something that Europe needs to avoid, because otherwise the climate goals can only be achieved with imported fuels and products. I will stop here by saying that the refining sector in Europe is a key element not only for the energy security today and in the transitional period, of course, but also for the strategic autonomy of Europe in the coming decades, when domestic production of renewable fuels will be based on domestic sustainable feedstock. Today, we have European production based on imported feedstock. In our transition, we will have European production based on domestic sustainable feedstock. And if competitiveness of this strategic sector is not ensured, and in case we also don't have the enabling conditions that are needed to transform, then Europe will probably face uneven closures and a significant reduction of refining capacity, which means that the European transition will be at risk, and we will need to rely on imported fuels and other products with unintended consequences to energy security, resilience, defense, and military preparedness, and of course, a huge impact on the entire European economy.
Liana, thank you very much indeed for making that quite worrisome concept that having been reliant on imported oil and gas for so long, now we might have to worry about being reliant on imported refined products as well.
This is something that is usually overlooked.
And we will come back to that. Costis, could I turn to you? Thank you very much. And thank you.
Can I have the flicker? Yeah, thanks very much. Oh, there it goes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Costis. I'm a petroleum geoscientist, a research fellow with the IENE. Today, I will be talking to you about, actually, I will be elaborating on the positive message Maria said right before with domestic production. So we've been in a region which is under pressure. It's very much dependent on imports, imported high carbons with very limited production, with the exception of Romania, perhaps, which is becoming quite self-sufficient. There is, after 2022, there's been a change regarding security of supply. That goes hand in hand with the third bullet point, with Russian gas being phased out. Currently, there is more focus on cost optimization, more focus on security of supply, rather cost optimization. And there's been a reshaping of flows and contracts in the region. There is an infrastructure bottleneck. Current infrastructure cannot stand the quantities required. There's the energy transition also is kind of uneven in the region. We see countries pushing forward with green energy, others sticking to oil and gas and coal due to political, economic, social conditions. And currently, we have the conflicts in the region, with the Ukraine war, of course, which has also been going on for almost 3 years now, and the recent war in the Middle East. An overview of the upstream industry in the region. It's kind of diverse. We have we can split up in three major regions: the East Med, the Black Sea region, and the Southeast Europe, the mainland, the Balkans, in other words. Currently, the East Med is leading, it's spearheading the upstream industry in the region, with the countries in like Israel, Egypt, and Cyprus going forward with their upstream activities. The Black Sea coming in second place with recent discoveries and some ongoing production. The Neptune Deep, for instance, in Romania it's a big game changer for the region. And then we have the Southeast European countries, the Balkan countries, where there's been a quite declining exploration interest in the recent years due to transition policies, regulations, and limited, which has caused limited upstream activities. So there is a snapshot here for the countries that are leading the upstream sector in the industry: Israel, Egypt, and Turkey. We can. I'm not going to describe all those numbers up there. You can take them home with you. Currently, there's been a huge gas production reduction in Egypt, almost 11% from 2022. But still, those four countries are spearheading the upstream activities. Then we have a second group, which is Romania, Croatia, and Albania, with Romania and Albania having a long history in the upstream industry, almost more than 100 years. And then the third group of countries is Greece and Bulgaria. Actually, Greece coming at the last place, with Bulgaria being more active, although they haven't had any successful offshore wells yet. Greece unfortunately had a change of heart a few years back in 2020, so there's been a change from that. On the other hand, only recently there was a second change of heart. So again, the industry has picked up again with Chevron coming in the country. However, there hasn't been any wells drilled in the country since the 80s, late 80s, I think. So we have to wait until the first well to be drilled, which is supposed to be drilled next year in Block 2 up in the Ionian Sea, with expected reserves of 200 BCM of gas. So what's the challenges and the priorities for the upstream industry? Well, for starters, it's the geological risk, which is always the technical part of the industry. It's the ESG pressures and the financing constraints. There's been regulatory complexity in certain countries, and there's been licensing delays in almost all the countries in the region. And last but not least, the price volatility, which is affecting investment decisions, and it's a factor that has been doing that for the industry for all its lifetime. What are the priorities to overcome those challenges? Well, for starters, a stable, competitive fiscal regime with a good legal framework, streamlined licensing and permitting procedures. And you can integrate that with CCUS and low carbon strategies, so you can lure this activity easier. So why does it still matter? Why does domestic production still matter? It's actually quite self-explanatory. It reduces import dependency. It enhances supply, security of supply, which is our main topic these days. It supports infrastructure and creates a buffer zone for the supply and creates fiscal revenues. Even modest risk and discoveries have a huge regional impact, a disproportionate impact. And it's not a legacy sector, okay? The oil and gas activity, the upstream, is a strategic pillar for every country, and hopefully this will be the message today. And with those, I will conclude. I don't want to take up more of your time, and thank you very much.
Costis, thank you very much for a really short but comprehensive survey. We're very lucky to have Nurjan Aymakhanov here from the Kazakh embassy, because Kazakhstan is blessed with oil, gas, coal, uranium for nuclear, rare earths for renewables. But on the other hand, it is landlocked. So things don't come easy. So over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to honorable members of the parliament and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to start with my gratitude to Professor Nikolas Farantouris for inviting us today for this highly important and extremely timely discussion. The date couldn't be chosen the better. Yeah, European Union is currently navigating a complex moment, balancing urgent need for energy security with its long-term commitment to climate neutrality. In this context, partnerships matter more than ever. One such partnership is with Kazakhstan. As some of you may know, that Kazakhstan supplies currently about 12 to 13% of EU's oil needs, which stands at last year, the export of Kazakhstan crude oil stand at 65.7 million tons. And primarily they're going to Italy, Netherlands, France, Romania, and Greece. In total, it made about 32.5 billion euros. So as we speak now, the situation in Hormuz Strait makes Kazakhstan even more secure and sustainable supplier of the oil, because we are not relying on the tankers, but in some portion of Kazakh oil is transported now via BTC, Baku Tbilisi Ceyhan, but most of its oil, of our oil, coming through the CPC pipeline, which is also have been attacked recently by drones, and it has been stopped, its capacity drained for a while. But overall, this is right now the most sustainable way of delivering oil to the EU. So as you can see, this is not an economic relationship with the European Union, it's a rather strategic one. Reliable partners help ensure that Europe can maintain energy security while continuing its transition toward cleaner system. As Maria said, because of these methane regulations and on top of that CBAM regulation, Kazakhstan is now in a very hard position. Because of these regulations, we could not be able to supply around half of our exports now, so which leads us to the annual 50% of overall oil revenues. But we think that this could be somehow solved. We have to ask Commission to somehow ease these regulations, give us some more time, because and time to regulate, to bring our standards, to bring to construct a sufficient and modern infrastructure. It takes a lot of time and investments, and of course, technical help provided by the EU and other countries. We are not taking the climate change to say like mildly, because Kazakhstan has an ambitious agenda to become neutral by 2016. Already today, our renewables are about 7% of electricity mix, and by 2013, we are aiming at 15% of our energy mix. And with this in mind, we are currently have so many projects on green electricity delivering to EU. One of this is just recently Parliament of Kazakhstan ratified a agreement with Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan to deliver green electricity that is produced from solar and wind energy to the European Union. For that, we will have to build about 2,500 kilometers electricity line under the Caspian Sea. But this could somehow help us provide energy, green energy, and thus add our value to the transition, green transition to the European markets. So our message is we don't take the climate change mildly. We are on this with the European Union, but we are also concerned about these regulations. For that, we ask our partners, our strategic partners, to give us some time, to provide us investment, to help us with technicalities of the issues. We are not like running away from, because this is the only planet that we're living in, and we are also embracing the green future. This is all.
Thank you very much, and for putting again the dilemma that you face in tackling with the EU, which I think one could argue is somewhat behind the curve in working out how to address the extraordinarily difficult situation of tackling both energy shortages now and dealing with climate change at the same time. So thank you. Our next speaker is, I'm hoping, is online. Do we have Mirat Hyderov from SOCAR online? I think we do. Yes. No, that's it. That's Yuval. Can I ask if we've got Mirat Hyderov online? No, we don't. So in which case I'll move, if I may, straight to discussion. I'm going to ask one basic question, which is what I hinted at before. Do you think the European Union needs to move faster to revise some of its regulations concerning standards for fossil fuels and tackling climate change? Liana, do you want to start with?
Yes, thank you. So there is no doubt that Europe needs to readjust several of its policies. Here in the panel, we've already heard this really big issue on the methane regulation, which is something that really puts at risk competitiveness, for example, of our sector. Let me give you some numbers. Maria also mentioned that 87% of the crude oils that are important for European refineries will be excluded if the regulation is applied as such. We expect that this means that the refinery throughput will be decreased by 50%, and that may lead to a closure of 40 refineries, not after 10 or 20 years, in the next 2 or 3 years, which would be huge for Europe and for the competitiveness of our sector and the competitiveness of all the sectors that, as I explained earlier, rely on us. There is no doubt that Europe needs to do something to change this regulation, but it's not only this. Regarding our sector, we are facing huge challenges, both regarding our competitiveness, and the methane regulation is one of them, as I already mentioned, but also this very complex and unpredictable regulatory framework that needs to be simplified, that needs to be coherent. And of course, we also need to move faster for our transition that I mentioned earlier. And in order to do that, we need to have a clear business case. Unfortunately, right now, there is no business case for our sector. And even though I showed earlier that our transition has started and the first steps are there, this is not enough, I'm afraid, because now, in order to be able to deliver the renewable fuels and products that will be needed for the climate neutrality and the climate goals in general, we need to accelerate, we need to speed up. And we estimate that around 400 billion euros will be needed for the transition of our sector by 2050 in the most cost-efficient scenario, which takes into account that existing refineries will be converted. And this is the most cost-efficient scenario because if you compare this cost to the cost of greenfield units, the cost of greenfield units is higher by 30 to 50% compared to the conversion of existing refining assets. So Europe has to revisit, the EU has to revisit its regulatory framework to secure both competitiveness and to enable and accelerate the transition, at least for our sector, and I believe for other sectors it is the same as well.
I'm going to ask Sen, did you want to come in on that? Sure. You've already said about methane.
Yeah, so I hope I don't have to repeat the message, but it's good to repeat to get it through actually. Simplification, absolutely necessary. I think that's one of the messages that actually got across to the new institutional setup, because when we started with the new commission program, a new high-level strategic vision was simplification was on top of it, right? And we went through with the first simplification package with CSRD and CSDDD. Well, I have to tell you, when CSRD and CSDDD, when it was negotiated, because we also get that message that we were not active when these files were negotiated. No, we were active. We were part of the discussions. We were providing our technical input on methane regulation, on CSRD, on CSDDD. On CSRD, we were saying this is too extensive. It's very difficult. It's very prescriptive, a lot of requirements. And what we heard from some people in the European Commission was, you represent large companies. They have armies of people to do this reporting. Well, yes, but you also represent companies that have global operations and they need to coordinate a massive amount of people and resources just to comply with all those reporting requirements. And at the end of the day, it's a topic of resources. Where you want to allocate those resources? You want to report on energy transition, or you actually want to put those resources to the energy transition? And our members would rather prefer to put those resources in the development of those new absolutely necessary technologies that are needed for the transition. So that's much welcome. Now we still have other files that we need to simplify. So methane regulation is absolutely one of them. It's necessary because 1st of January of 2027, it's 10 months away. It's 10 months away. So at the minimum, what we are asking for is to have either a stop the clock that came also with CSRD and CSDDD to stop the implementation, to give sufficient time for everybody to at least try to comply with those requirements in sufficient time. Or at least to have some other modifications that is only introducing the changes to the time frame, because that's a really critical to have it done on time. Now, what else is needed regarding simplification? Hydrogen regulatory framework. Where are we with the hydrogen market? There was a huge hype. And then a lot of regulatory framework has been developed, which is great, but perfectionism is also, it's the enemy of good. So we have now the delegated act on low carbon hydrogen, which is 70% of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, which I believe it's sufficiently good to move ahead with the hydrogen market that starts with low carbon hydrogen and then transitions to the green hydrogen. But let's start with the more affordable options and then move to the more expensive, which is currently green hydrogen. But there are no incentives. There is no framework that incentivizes the development of low carbon hydrogen currently. So for us, for example, modifications that could be introduced to the renewables energy directives could introduce this flexibility and could move this market ahead. And then third, but not least, but not last, is if we look at the domestic production that I have mentioned, which is a positive message, and there is a potential, and this is really a feasible way for the EU to go forward to actually gain some of its autonomy and the strategic autonomy that everybody is talking about. But for that, there are other regulatory obstacles. For example, the Net Zero Industrial Act introduces the obligations for the oil and gas producers to develop CCS. The oil and gas producers are already in the CCS space and they are developing it. It's also very big, large, complex projects that very much depend on the geological structure. And Costis, you could talk more about that, I'm sure. And most of those projects are happening in the North Sea. However, the NZIA puts those obligations for the development of 50 million tons of CO2 injection capacity only in the EU territory. So now you can imagine that this is a very difficult to be done in the perspective, in the time frame perspective again, because we are at 2025 and the eligible quantities of CO2 injections in the territory of the European Union is for the moment 0.025 million tons. So how the companies that have these direct obligations are supposed to go to the 50 million tons? And this obligation has been imposed based on the production levels in specific time period. So basically it's a retrospective taxation of oil and gas producers. Now, how would you feel if you want to further develop oil and gas resources in Europe, given that there are those risks that you might be penalized retrospectively? So you see, this is in general, this type of things in the EU legislation that should be simplified, should be modified, and should be more pragmatic. As Liana mentioned, there should be more focus on incentives, on rewards. Of course, we are all committed to the energy transition, but at the same time, we have to really accept that oil and gas will be needed in at least the next 2 coming decades.
And in that regard, I'm going to ask a question for Kazakhstan, which is quite simply, do you think that the EU needs to rethink investments in the limits or the effective ban on investing in fossil fuels and in their transport? And in particular, does it need to look again at the concept of long-term contracts in order to secure a fresh wave of alternative sourced imports to replace losses from the Middle East?
Well, it's 2 sides of the coin. First of all, we don't have much capacity. We are bound to what we are now, but yeah, with the certain amount of say investment, we could potentially. Currently, we are around producing 80 million tons, and out of this, we export 90%. But we could potentially bring it to 100 million tons. But this will need a lot of investment. On the other hand, we would say EU maybe needs to invest into Kazakhstan in terms of providing technologies to make it more green, even to bring the infrastructure in the oil and gas sector to make it more greener, to help us with methodologies and the technologies. So yes, we would need this help and investments from the EU side. This is the short answer.
Costis, do you want to come in?
Regards to the EU, well, for starters, the oil and gas sector, the upstream industry, shouldn't be looked at as an old-fashioned sector. Okay, as I mentioned before, it's here to stay. We can see that in other parts of the world where they're still taking advantage of their oil and gas resources. Over the last 70 years, I've had the pleasure of working in several places around the world and some really remote areas. One of the countries that it is worth mentioning as an example is Namibia in Africa. This is a country where back almost 10 years ago, they didn't have anything apart from a small field, kudu field. They didn't even know where the gas was coming from. They were up against the wall, thinking they should stop the upstream industry. However, they decided that they want to go ahead. They want to set more seismic. They want to go and drill. And here we are, almost 13 years after that. Well, maybe less than that. And they've had some huge discoveries. And obviously, they're not willing to go back on that. What I'm trying to say is that our region and Europe in general, obviously it's not a very prolific area in the most prolific area in the world regarding oil and gas resources. However, we do have the North Sea, which is still producing and can still produce more. But taking it into our area, our region, we've got places like the East Med. We've got the Balkans and the Ionian Sea over here in Greece. We've got the Black Sea, Romania being a very good example in that. Turkey also is a very good example. So we still need to look at that as not the past or even the present, as the next, as also the future. The upstream industry is not something that's dead. Okay, it's something that can help also the energy transition, and that it's something that people have to understand. The oil and gas sector, I mean, the upstream industry, can fund the green transition. It can help, it can facilitate, it can speed it up actually, which is for some people might seem a bit odd, but it's the truth. In certain places around the world, you can actually see that. Thanks.
We have a question over here. Would you like to make?
Thank you very much. I have to admit publicly that I was not aware of the EU methane regulation because I'm not in the area of oil and gas, so I missed it. And while you are speaking, I went as a young guy to artificial intelligence. And they say, and I was surprised, and please tell me if it's correct. The EU methane regulation, it forces operators to detect and repair leaks, restricts venting and flaring, and applies these rules to both domestic production and energy imports. Is that correct? So actually what we are saying as Europe, we are going to Kazakhstan and say, look, fix your infrastructure with your money in order to buy your product. Okay, speechless. Thank you. I mean, I cannot understand that. I mean, why?
So let me explain. The idea was, and that amendment actually came from the parliament. The idea was that we are such an attractive market in Europe that we will attract only the gas that is, or crude oil, or coal. Coal is also covered by the methane regulation, that is low in methane intensity.
Okay.
So we have that power to exert this change in the third suppliers. So now, again, I want to highlight that we are not against these provisions as per se. I mean, idea, we can debate it about the power of the EU as a market. Our issue is that in order to do that, to go to Kazakhstan, to go to Nigeria, to go to the US, because, you know, US has a very complex gas market. These are molecules, they are combined in the very complex infrastructure before they are liquefied and go and arrive as LNG to Europe. So in order to do that, we need much more time to communicate that to the stakeholders, especially from third countries, because we had companies coming from, I will not name, but third countries far away from Europe in 2024 asking us, we just learned about this regulation, how do we comply? And that was after its adoption in 2024. But we still have those type of companies and countries that are finding about it now, and they're asking how to comply. And you need at least years in order to do those modifications because they go to the production level. You need to do them on the production level on each well if you want to comply. So this is, and let me also mention you that the penalties, because there are associated penalties, and the penalties in the regulation, they go up to 20% of your global turnover for importers if they don't comply with the requirements. And who will take that risk? Up to 20%. It's up to the member states, but it can be up to 20% of your global turnover.
Do they have, I mean, a plan B? Like, for example, by chance, Kazakhstan say, okay, you want that, I'll take my oil or my gas and send it somewhere else. I don't want to say China or Russia or whatever, somewhere else. In the end, Europe is going to end with less oil or gas needed, and the prices will go up.
Exactly.
Energy poverty is going to go up.
Yeah.
So
I'm
tuned
just going to intervene there because I think there's one fact, one assertion that needs to be made, which is that I'm sorry that we don't have the representative of SOCAR here, but you have a situation in Azerbaijan in which work has begun, but still relatively slowly, on developing two major new sources or newish sources of gas, namely deep level gas underneath the ACG oil field and a further extension of Shah Deniz. Both of these are proven resources, but they require very, very expensive and intensive investment because they are not easy to produce. They will also require expansion of the Southern Gas Corridor if they are going to meet the MOU concept of July 2022 that would see the SGC at the point at which it reaches Europe increase from 10 BCM to 20. The Azerbaijanis have already managed, in fact, to increase their output through the line to 13 BCM. But anything above that requires fresh investment. And that is not possible for two main reasons. One, because of the effective ban by the European Investment Bank on investing in fossil fuels projects and the almost parallel that you get with investment from the EBRD. But the second one is that to get the investment, you need a guarantee that you're going to be able to sell your gas for a decent period of time. And the EU has turned its mind against long-term contracts. And if Azerbaijan is going to try to produce another 7 or 8 BCM, it's going to need contracts for at least 10 years, and to know that there really is the level of demand guaranteed to justify the initial investment. So again, this is my particular argument for saying the EU needs to relook at regulations. Now, do we have any more questions from the panel?
Mr. Roberts, if I may to speak.
Oh, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, I extend my apologies. I followed the discussion, but was unable to speak due to technical problems. So then I missed to address technical issues. Now they are resolved, but sorry for late intervention. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for your brilliant description of our position. And if I may, I will go further. Probably, if to summarize, we're talking about regulatory uncertainty, which sometimes looks like, if I can make a historical analogy, if you recall in the socialist economy, five-year plans were the norm. Yeah, but almost as soon as they were adopted, the race began to fulfill them in 3 years. And the question arose, What does this say about the quality of planning if objectives designed for 5 years can be achieved in 3 years? Probably, if I can draw a parallel, sometimes we see kind of contradictory regulatory innovations coming out from the European Union, kind of banning something, that then exempting that, kind of setting the target, then changing the date, etc., etc. It's very difficult to forecast something as far as upstream development is concerned, because as you brilliantly described, to produce fossil fuel is not as easy as to kind of to open up a source of water, right? Sort of, it requires at least 6 years. And if during these 6 years the regulations are constantly changing, it's very difficult to predict the business model, how attractive the business model could be, and what if in the middle of upstream development the regulations could again change, and that would impact negatively the upstream development. And kind of another aspect is the capacity of the Southern Gas Corridor. As you know, it's now fully booked, even with the minimal expansion. But what happened in the last 3 years? 2 consecutive market tests proved unsuccessful. There is no interest from the market to expand. And the question is, does Europe indeed wish additional gas? If it's a genuine wish, why the market responds negatively? Because Azerbaijan itself cannot finance the expansion of the Southern Gas Corridor. Normally, it works like whoever wishes the gas contributes to the development of expansion, books capacity in order for upstream producer to deliver the gas. If the market responds negatively to the market test, and the market test is mandatory as per EU regulation, Azerbaijan has no control over the market test regulations. So if the market keeps silence, what can we do under these circumstances? This is about the uncertainty which, from my perspective, is not so much beneficial for upstream producers nowadays. Thank you. I don't know if we have additional times, but happy to respond to any questions.
I think your references to uncertainty could not have been clearer or more opposite at this time. Would that we had clarity on a whole load of issues. Does anybody else want to say any final comments? Otherwise, I think we'll move to the next panel. But can I very much thank all the panelists for taking part. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Όχι εδώ στο δίπλα είσαι.
Πού εδώ?
Όχι, εδώ.
Στη μέση.
Η τζάμ...
So good afternoon. Welcome to the next roundtable discussion, which is about renewable energy, energy efficiency, and hydrogen. Well, energy security, it's the very topic of today's discussion, and hopefully has returned to the epicenter of the European policy agenda, particularly in the aftermath of recent geopolitical developments. So in this context, Southeast Europe occupies a particularly important position. The region is not only a critical part of the European energy system, but also an area with significant and untapped potential in renewable energy, major opportunities for improving energy efficiency, and little by little, a growing role in the emerging of hydrogen economy. So in this session, we will explore how these three pillars, the renewable energy, the energy efficiency, and hydrogen, can contribute together to strengthening the energy security of Southeast Europe while supporting the European, of course, Union's climate and decarbonization objectives. Before turning to our distinguished speakers, I will briefly outline where Europe, and more specifically Southeast Europe, currently stands in terms of renewable energy development, the progress achieved so far, and the challenges that still lie ahead. But first, allow me to make a comment, because sometimes we think that, and this is the most important role, of course, of renewable energy sources relating to energy security, is the most crucial role is to reduce dependence on energy imports. But there is also another role of renewable energy sources relating to energy security, and this is the strengthening to strengthen the resilience of the energy system during times of crisis. Their importance becomes even more evident under extreme conditions and situations such as armed conflicts, for example. The decentralized nature, especially in the case of solar and wind system, makes them less vulnerable to attacks compared to centralized infrastructure. So when combined with battery storage, areas can secure a more reliable and continuous energy supply for local communities. A couple of days before, I participated in a meeting with the Ukrainian Ministry of Reconstruction, and our Ukrainian colleagues told us that they built a lot of photovoltaic plant in order, with of course battery storage, in order to provide energy to local communities, because photovoltaic are less vulnerable than the centralized big electricity production units such as natural gas, nuclear plant, etc. So this is another dimension of renewable energy sources for energy security. Now, as you know very well, European Union has shaped its energy and climate strategy around a clear and binding goal. What is this goal? Increasing the share of renewable in total final energy consumption at 42.5% by 2030, with, of course, an ambition to reach around 45%. This is ambitious. What is the current situation? In 2024, only 25% of gross final energy consumption in the EU came from renewable sources. In electricity consumption, however, progress so far has been significant. By 2024, renewable already accounted for nearly 47% across EU. The EU also plays a very important role, very critical role in clean energy innovation, particularly in wind technologies, electrolyzers, heat pumps, and offshore wind. Now, as far as Southeast Europe is concerned, the region is undergoing a rapid and increasingly strategic energy transition as countries seek to reduce fossil fuel dependence and align with European decarbonization objectives. Most countries have set very, very ambitious goals. This is my opinion, to raise renewables from 30 to 45% of total final energy consumption by 2030, reflecting a clear shift in long-term energy planning. Regional final energy demand in the region is estimated around 500 to 600 terawatt hours per year, with heating and cooling accounting for around half, underscoring the importance of renewables beyond electricity. Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and lastly Croatia stand out as frontrunners, having exceeded their 2020 targets and maintaining ambitious diversification paths. However, in Western Balkans, the situation is clearly different, as hydropower remains dominant, something between 30% to 60% of electricity is coming from hydro. In Albania, for example, 95% electricity coming from hydroelectricity, but modernization and diversification toward wind and solar are accelerating year by year. Cyprus, it's a very interesting case because combines global leadership in solar thermal, but it has very serious constraints because renewable electricity deployment is limited due to system isolation. Overall, the Southeast Europe is moving toward a more diversified and resilient renewable energy systems, although progress remains uneven across countries. Now, achieving the European Union's 2030 targets of 42.5% of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption requires a more systemic and integrated policy framework that simultaneously advances renewable deployment, energy efficiency, and green hydrogen production. Current projections indicate that meeting this target, the 42.5%, would require approximately doubling installed wind and solar capacity. According to the projections, we need 700 gigawatt more of photovoltaic in EU and 300 gigawatt of wind energy. So this development will place, of course, significant additional pressure on electricity transmission and distribution networks, already facing structural congestion and investment gaps. Of course, there are solutions and other solutions without enter into the system so many renewables. And what is the solution? Substantial investment in energy efficiency across building, industry, transportation can significantly reduce overall energy demand, thereby increasing the relative share of renewables in gross final consumption without requiring a disproportionate expansion of generation capacity. In other words, you have a pie. This pie is the pie of energy demand, and you want to increase the share of renewable energy sources. So you have some options. The first option is to enter into the system more and more and more renewable energy. The second option is, in order to increase the share of renewable, is to make the pie smaller, to decrease the pie, the energy demand. And how can you succeed this? With energy efficiency. So At the same time, of course, you put into the system more renewable energy every year, and you decrease the sources of other energy. So at the same time, the growing volumes of variable renewable electricity already leading to many and very serious curtailment in several European markets create a big opportunity also to channel surplus renewable energy into electrolysis for the production of green hydrogen, into other kind of activities such as data centers, etc. So such an holistic strategy integrating renewable expansion, structural demand reduction, and hydrogen production will not only facilitate the achievement of the Union's 2030 targets, but would also enhance grid resilience, improve system efficiency, and strengthen the overall economic sustainability of Europe's energy transition. And now let's proceed to our distinguished speakers in order to see more deeply the above topics. The first speaker is Mr. Theophylaktos. Mr. Theophylaktos is a mechanical engineer, a partner and vice president of the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe. He also serves as president of the Hellenic Association for Cogeneration of Heat and Power. Mr. Theophylaktos, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sofianos. Every day, ladies and gentlemen, vast amount of energy we produced with fossil fuel, with RES, with hydrogen, with nuclear, with whatever, are lost forever due to inefficiency of our systems, our homes, our grids, and so on. This is not just an environmental issue. It is a massive economic drain of our economies. So it is a serious political issue facing modern societies, build it and growth with this existing development model. That is why understanding the importance of energy efficiency is crucial as it transforms waste into a resource. By optimizing how we use power, we unlock savings, drive innovation, and create a healthier world. In the meantime, energy efficiency is important, but it is a privilege not everyone has. Energy poverty is the reality for those who cannot afford the energy we need, as it is expensive to keep the homes warm. And it is a stark reminder that access to reliable, affordable power is a cornerstone of human development. Until we bridge the gap between, for example, choosing heating or eating or medicine, true progress remains out of discussion. Addressing energy poverty is not just about infrastructure. It is about dignity and ensuring everyone in the European Union can live a safe and comfortable life. Solving this requires more than just lowering electricity or fuel rates and taxes, but requires targeted investment in efficiency to make every kilowatt count for those who need it most. So my presentation is gonna talk about that, how we can interlink energy efficiency, high efficiency cogeneration, and energy poverty. Okay, you hear a lot about Southeast Europe and how it is the regional context, high dependency on energy imports, aging infrastructure, and a significant portion of population facing energy poverty, the highest after Balkan states, and diverse energy landscape with common goals: security, competitiveness, and decarbonization. So we have, during the analysis by IENE for the outlook, we found three major gaps. One is the energy, the efficiency gap, because we have high energy intensity. Southeast region remains 30 to 40% more energy intensive than the average in European Union. The security gap, that has to do with high import dependency. The region imports over 50 to 60% of its energy. We have a country like, for example, Serbia, that number reaches 80 and 90%. And of course, the social gap, the high energy poverty risk. So let's talk a little bit pillar by pillar. The motto, the refrain, as they say, or the mantra of European Union is energy efficiency first, and energy efficiency the first fuel, and the most cost-effective source of energy security. So in Southeast Europe, this means treating every unit of safe energy as a strategic natural resources. We found that despite the progress, we compare this period with the previous one, a massive efficiency gap persists. And that it's over 40% of the economic energy efficiency potential in the building sector, mainly in the big building sector. So you can see here, for example, the building stock crisis, like for example, Bulgaria, 65% of residential buildings built before 1970. Why we write that? Because it is without insulation, without heating insulation, thermal insulation, new energy efficiency windows, no insulation at all in the roof or in the basement. So that means that we are losing from everywhere. Same in Romania, that the renovation started is going very slow. The target in EED is 3% per year of the public sector, and that is less than 1%. In Greece also, the majority of the buildings are between F and G. And of course, you understand that is leading to the result that consumption per square meter is 2 to 3% higher than in Western Europe. So we have an issue here. Also, we have an issue industrial and infrastructure waste. Our industry in the Southeast region is producing, but it's producing with more energy than required compared to, for example, in Western Europe. So here also there is a problem. Let's see a little bit of how efficiency cogeneration. You can see in the slide on the left, on the right, right, yeah. Berlamont. Berlamont was renovated a decade ago, probably, something like that, and they introduced high efficiency cogeneration, actually trigeneration. Electricity, heat, and from heat they get cool for cooling this building. I tell you something, we try the same period to do that one in the Greek parliament, and we failed. And we failed with the obnoxious comment that the constructor doesn't know what cogeneration is about. So we're gonna go to the typical way, boiler, in that time diesel, and then natural gas. Over there, there is, for example, high efficiency cogeneration is from the supply part. The second pillar is the supply part, which means that we can save 20 to 30% of primary energy. We have areas like countries like Romania, Bulgaria, that they do have a quite strong potential industrial cogeneration from previously. They have also district heating, which is, for example, here. The amazing EED, Energy Efficiency Directive, requires member states to promote district heating systems and also district cooling systems. In Greece and in other parts of the region, we cut down the district heating systems, and we are going to the system each apartment by its alone, which is a problem. So we have issues here. So of course, another one is boosting industrial competitiveness, and cogeneration can play an important role. Now, what is the solution? The solution, for example, is we give, I think I have it in the previous one. No, it is the solution, yeah. We can, for example, renovate large buildings, and simultaneously we renovate district heating systems. Of course, the old district heating systems are old and inefficient, but we can improve them. And the last one is the vicious cycle of energy poverty. As I explained before, this is happening due to the reason low income, below EU average in many member states. And I told you the first one, according to Eurostat, is the Baltic states. And the second one, but very close to each other, is the EU member states from the Southeast region. The other is the public reaction. Like, for example, the high energy bills that we have, policy stagnation, governments delay or to water down necessary efficient and decarbonization measures, and inefficient building persists. We have very old buildings in the region, and the renovation process is very slow. Now, this is the results that we found. What is the percentage of the population affected by energy poverty? Bulgaria 22 to 24, Greece 17 to 19, Romania 11 to 13, Cyprus 9 to 11, and here for the first time, that's why I have it in a quote, we're having the cooling poverty, heating and cooling, because in that region, Cyprus, we have severe summers, 45, 49 for long period of time. So creating trouble because people, they don't have the money to pay for the electricity for their condition. And the Western Balkans, 25 to 40. So this is a serious problem in the region. And as I stated on the bottom, energy poverty matters for the entire energy transition, as it is not just a statistics, it is a human reality. Now, I'll pass that. Recommendations. Recommendations is that we can have one project approach. As I said before, for example, renovate the Studentsky complex district in Sofia and simultaneously upgrade the CHP plant. So, supply and energy efficiency gap, we solve both of them. Also, we can design capacity mechanisms and support schemes for high efficiency cogeneration. So, priority to electricity to the network. Also, use national energy poverty maps to prioritize public investment. Not giving money like that. We can go specifically to where that money will pay back. So, with that, I'll conclude, and don't forget energy efficiency first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theophylaktos. You highlighted the importance and the critical role that energy efficiency can play. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Ivan Delibasic. Mr. Delibasic is the Executive Director. Europe is the leading organization representing European-based companies and stakeholders that are committed to accelerating the European hydrogen industry. So, Mr. Delibasic, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. In addition, I mean, because my country of origin has been mentioned several times, I also served as the advisor to Deputy Prime Minister of Serbia. A great example of energy efficiency, as you mentioned, and also energy transition as a whole. But to go to the topic of the overall discussion, which is the energy security, the way that we see with our members, 600 plus of them from the entire value chain at Hydrogen Europe, there are several elements to the energy security. First one is the security of energy supply. The second one is the security of energy deliverance and stability of that deliverance. And then we can break it down into the electrons and the molecules. And we can break it down in between the civilian and the military purposes. So looking at the complexity of the overall situation, we decided to design a resilience task force within Hydrogen Europe to deal specifically with the topics that holistically cover the whole range of issues related to this topic. So maybe to start with what was last mentioned, the energy efficiency, because there is indeed the point in how we use the electricity. There is also a point of us not using the electricity that we do produce. So curtailment of electricity is a major issue. It is a multi-billion issue annually in Europe. So while we're investing or not investing enough in energy efficiency, at the same time, we are facing the regulatory inefficiency, which forces us to waste the things that we produce. And often we not just waste it, we pay for it to be wasted. And this is one simple example where hydrogen can serve as a natural bridge. This is what was envisaged at the beginning, to have hydrogen as a balancing factor for the variability of the renewables. However, we ended up with the regulatory framework, which effectively prohibits that kind of use. So that is one part. The other part is, of course, that even if we produce hydrogen, oftentimes we cannot transport it to where it needs to go. This is a notable example for the region that we're addressing here. Southeast Europe does not appear in any of the relevant corridors for hydrogen in the planning. And of course, politically, there is a reason to that. The Western Balkans that you mentioned graciously is a black hole in that map. So, of course, it is difficult to plan with someone who is a partner, who's not part of a family, so to speak. So that is, of course, another element. But when we look at also, again, from the regulatory perspective, even the new grids package clearly sees hydrogen out of the picture. And even in the introductory speech, we talked about storage as batteries, and batteries are absolutely tremendous. They're limited in terms of the time, and long-term storage probably can only come through gases. And for the moment, that long-term flexibility provision in terms of the security of energy supply comes from fossil imported sources. In theory, that could be hydrogen as well in not so distant future. I think that these are some of the elements that could be prevented. You mentioned the capacity that we would need of additional renewable energy sources in order to meet the 42.5% target in red. That's true. And that is all. There is also an element of why we would need that, because we're designing the electricity grids as one infrastructure. There is no, we're designing the congestion and we're designing curtailment instead of trying to design to prevent that. There was a great meeting several weeks ago in diagonally opposite part of Europe in the North Sea Summit, where they pledged to have another 120 gigawatts of offshore wind. And all of that wind is supposed to be transported by cables, land onshore, and then be distributed via electricity grids. At the same time, there is a potential to produce hydrogen already there, transport it by pipelines, which would be much cheaper, and be used on the spot already by the industries. So we're kind of sometimes almost regulating ourselves into the corner. And this is something that colleagues mentioned in the previous panel. There is a bit of a tunnel vision on a variety of topics that leads us being cornered on things that are preventable by nature and should be preventable by design. Now, that is when it comes to the electricity. I think that it is clear that hydrogen has a potential to serve as a flexibility tool there. I think that there are limits at this moment as to how much we can deliver. And I don't think that there is a realistic thing to look at it in short and medium term. But I think that it is something that is quite necessary. In terms of another aspect of delivery of electricity, and that is stability and security of it. We've noticed throughout the last year events that were differently interpreted, but that all led together to blackouts in the Iberian Peninsula, in Northern Macedonia, in Czechia. So all of them had one thing in common, and that is that the electricity grids dropped. It took a while to restore some of the critical infrastructures. And this is something where the decentralized nature of hydrogen can also help. You can think of hydrogen as something that at least guarantees security of electricity being long-term stored and being easily converted through either fuel cells or turbines into electricity back with high efficiency, actually, in this case, helping metros, helping hospitals, helping data centers, helping governments, helping Joint Chiefs of Staff, which leads me to the point that recent geopolitical events brought to the forefront. And that is the fact that the important component of energy security is certainty of its supply. And unfortunately, Europe as a continent as a whole is not terribly rich in energy resources, notably in fuels. Southeast Europe comparatively fares slightly better than the rest of the continent, but still does not have sufficient resources for its own uses, let alone for more robust and substantial output. As you said, my home country relies close to 100% on everything. It's between 85 and 95%, depends on how bad the winter is. The rest comes from wood.
Correct.
So I think that what is important to think is what are the potentials? I think that Southeast Europe has a lot of potential to deploy hydrogen technologies in a way that creates both efficiency of its use, efficiency of production, and efficiency of the deployment. There's a number of hydrogen valleys which operate at the moment quite well. There are different levels of maturity, clearly, but this is one of the aspects that the decentralized nature of production can help, not just from the aspect of supply, but also from the aspect of pure security and difficulty of disruption. Let's put it that way, difficulty of disruption of it. What we see in Hydrogen Europe, and I think that the colleague will speak more in terms of what is specific for Greece and other countries. Greece is, of course, at the forefront of the potential for the production of renewable hydrogen. What we also see is high potential for thermochemical production, notably pyrolytic production from waste, for instance. And when you think about two of the countries which are part of the region, Croatia and Greece, combined, I think, more than 2,500 islands, a lot of shipping routes, a lot of short, and a lot of problems with waste treatment, because that waste needs to go back onshore most of the time, be incinerated. That CO2 needs to be captured, probably will be accounted in the ETS. Many of our members develop technologies which convert solid municipal waste, but also wastewater into hydrogen, which is CO2 negative and very static, even highly usable carbon black, for instance. So the region itself has a high capacity to bring the additional elements of energy security to the Europe as a whole. Excuse me. There are a couple of things that are needed. A adjustment to the regulatory framework that guides the production of hydrogen at the moment, because what we did, in the words of President Macron, is madness. We overregulated the market before we created it. And that is never an optimal way to do something. So that is needed, and that is needed timely, we would say rapidly. And the second thing is development of the infrastructure. And the clarity, the third thing that would be important is a clarity, a clear signal from notably in this case, defense sector that is signaling internally and externally that they need reliable domestic European-made fuels, but we need that in a regulatory framework as well.
I take the opportunity, thank you very much for this brief, it was very interesting. I take the opportunity to make you a question. Is market and industry ready to accept hydrogen?
Yes, I mean, they've been doing that with gray hydrogen.
In large scale, let's say, and transportation sector also, not only industry.
So transport sector is a very useful thing to look at, because, for instance, e-kerosene or e-SAF or any type of e-fuels in aviation is immediate plug and play. Hydrogen derivatives in maritime sector and even inland waterways is very much plug and play from the aspect of technology. I think that what is currently missing from the road transport is a more extensive network of the refueling infrastructure. This is a big gap in the AFID implementation, but it is this is probably where we see the most need for improvement. But when we break it down in between air, water, and road or land, I think that two of the higher industrial capacity users are quite able and quite willing to do that. I think that the infrastructure gaps for instance, long-term heavy, long-distance heavy-duty transport, road transport is also much easier, and the penetration of trucks is much easier to achieve than it is with personal vehicles. I think that there is something where the infrastructure based on one type would need to reduce the range anxiety, and that existed also with electric cars, by the way. So I think this is something that is natural.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Delibasic. So let's proceed to the other speaker, Mr. Triantafylopoulos. He is the CEO of Hellenic Hydrogen, has more than 20 years of experience in the energy market, and during the last years he has worked on the development of new activities related to clean alternative energy sources, also energy efficiency and energy management. So, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. First of all, I would like also to extend my gratitude to Mr. Stambolis, IENE, and Mr. Farantouris for the invitation and for letting me speak about my favorite subject, which is hydrogen here in Brussels. You know, when we are called to talk about hydrogen in the conferences, usually the title of the conferences are hydrogen and something else. Hydrogen and renewables, hydrogen and storage, hydrogen and other green gases, which is good because hydrogen, by its nature, it's exactly this. You know, hydrogen is the most abundant element in our universe, but you never, I would say, never find it alone. It's always with some other molecule, you know, creating something. So this is, I think, the narrative that we missed to pass when we started in 2023 to, you know, to go on board of this famous hydrogen hype. You know, we missed this narrative of complementary nature of hydrogen. We saw a lot of large projects coming in without no substance, you know, hundreds of megawatts, gigawatts of projects in Europe without any solid commitment behind them, you know, and this, you know, fed this gap and this hype and created more and more ambition that had no actual substance. So today I'm going to speak about some failures, not because I'm pessimistic, because when you speak about failures and you analyze them, you speak about reality and you also do this famous lessons learned process that we need to do, and I think it's time to do it after 3 years, and to find out, you know, what we did wrong and how we want to move forward. Because, you know, the narrative of hydrogen, and especially green hydrogen, is not a narrative for the next 2 or 3 years, you know. Wars, crisis, financial crisis, we will find them again and again in our lives. But this is a long-term narrative, and the basic idea of this narrative is a sustainable future for the energy mix. You know, sustainability is at the core of green hydrogen, and we should never forget that. You know, the narrative has the security, the narrative has, let's say, is in some forms the competitiveness, but in my opinion, the sustainability aspect is very, very important, because without it, we don't have nothing. You know, we will not have a planet to live on. So we need to take it seriously, and we need to think long-term about sustainability. It's not a 1 or 2 years perspective work. So a few things about us. Hellenic Hydrogen is a joint venture between 2 of the largest organizations in Greece, energy companies, Motor Oil Hellas and PPC. These 2 organizations came together in 2023 and it created Hellenic Hydrogen as the front runner, I would say, in the region, in southeastern Mediterranean, for green hydrogen production, large-scale facilities. We are developing this 2.5 years, our plan, and we are very close in, you know, making these plans reality and start with our first project within this very difficult environment. And if I would choose, let's say, 3 aspects of, you know, this failure narrative that I want to talk about, I would start, of course, with what my colleague Mr. Deribas said about overregulation. You know, I mean, I don't believe that someone intentionally managed to do this to a business, to a new business, but we actually did it. You know, before we started, we overregulated. Mr. Deribas said it very well. I mean, and one example that you might be aware of, I always say that lately because now there is this big discussion about AI and data centers and everything. In 2023, when we created, as European Union, this famous delegated act on RFNBO, the reason behind putting all this regulation, one of the main reasons, was the fear that we had that we would cannibalize the electrification route of European Union, that hydrogen would come and take up all this renewable energy that we would produce and make it a molecule. And then the electrification process would, would be postponed. After 3 years, we have to look at the mirror and we have to say that this will never happen in our lifetime. Yeah, and we should change this narrative. And not only that, now we have a very big competitor. We have a competitor which is called data center business. Oh. The data center business is coming to Europe, and it will create circumstances and events that you will never see, have never seen before in the energy sector. It is a hungry business for energy, It is a business that can pay for this energy, and will assume all the renewable energy possible.
And we need it now.
And we need it now, yes, yes. So coming back to the delegated act, if we do not change this narrative now, today, not 2028, I'm afraid that the hydrogen business will stay in this valley of death, as I call it, and will not be able to start growing in the way a new business should grow. Okay. The second thing is about creating demand incentives. In the last 3 years, we've seen a number of incentives about producing hydrogen, especially green hydrogen. But what about the demand side? Every single project has a business plan, and every business plan has to be, as we call it, bankable. It has to be financed. And in order to be financed, you have to have a business case that makes sense. And the single element of this business case is who buys and at which price. This is fundamental economics year one, okay? So this is one of the basic problems that we have in the hydrogen industry, is that there is no, let's say, political will, or maybe there is a political will, but there is also a big lobbying against it, in order to create incentives not on the production side, but on the demand side, for this business to grow sustainable. One example, because giving examples is always a good idea to understand what we're talking about. One example is this famous implementation of RED III from the member states and the adoption of RED III requirements from member states. I think it was last May that the member states should have adopted the RED III in their individual legislation. And up to now, I would say not even half of them have done so. And the ones that have done so have created numerous loopholes in order not to create demand incentives for hydrogen. So again, this is a very big problem for us. On the other side, if you see it on a global scale, you will see massive projects of green hydrogen production in other parts of the world, because we tend to have this bubble in Europe, as we say, Europe, but hydrogen as natural gas, as oil, is a commodity, So you have to see it on a global scale. I mean, if you see around the world, you will see India, you will see, obviously, China, you will see Australia, you will see Brazil, you will see North African countries that, if you see it from a political point of view, you would say, how come these countries create this basis for investors to come and put their money for hydrogen projects, but they do it, And Europe is still thinking about how to create some platforms in order to bring producers and off-takers together as a matchmaking tool, and all these are good. But what I say is like me, trying to teach to my 17-year-old son what to do with his laptop or his phone. This is what we're talking about when we see Europe and other parts of the world in respect with hydrogen. The last thing I want to say, and I want to finish with my first part, is that we also need to make sure that when we talk about Europe, we don't talk only about TRL2 or TRL3 or TRL4, or, you know, we need, in order to have a sustainable business, we need to have real projects, you know, real people working on these projects, and not only staying at the R&D part of it. Okay? It is very, very important that we start doing things instead of thinking about doing things. And on the infrastructure side, I totally agree with you. We missed the narrative of this distributed nature of hydrogen production. If you have water at any form, even wastewater, and you have electricity, you can produce hydrogen. It is the first time after I don't know how many years, after coal or lignite, that Europe has this potential to produce its own energy. I'm not saying it's the most efficient way of doing it, but at least it's ours. This is what I would like to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Triantafylopoulos. And now let's begin the second part of our session. I will pose some questions to all of you. So, Mr. Theophylaktos, despite the very well documented benefits of energy efficiency, implementation across Southeast Europe often remains slow and very slow. In your view, what are the main regulatory, financial, institutional, other barriers that still prevent large-scale efficiency investment in buildings and industrial facilities across the region of Southeast Europe?
Okay, let's start with buildings. They started 10, 12 years ago with Energy Efficiency Directive, the first one, before recast it and re-recast it now, in order to create the EPC, the Energy Performance, thinking, now see how many common things that we have, thinking that this EPC will change the market, especially for when you lease or you buy a house. Nothing happened. Now in Europe, and especially in that part of Europe, you sell your building, your house, your buildings, your apartment, and nobody was asking what is the grade. On the other hand, industry, we create energy efficiency directive with energy audits. If you ask a common guy that he's running an industry, you don't need to be the industrialist, but the energy director or the director. The energy audit, it is considered as a burden, as an extra tax. On the other hand, there is no obligation for the energy measures to be applied in the period of 4 years. Only one country, Portugal. It's by law that when you are obliged for energy audit, you have to do it in the period of 4 years. Netherlands has, if the ROI, rate of investment, return of investment, is less than 5 years, you are obliged to do it. All the other 25 years, it is not obliged to do that. How you can promote energy efficiency? We are creating, as very nicely you said, we created, and I wrote it down, over-regulation, the moment that we don't have a market. And here, this is happening in energy efficiency, it's the same thing. So, we need to be more specific. And I believe that what I told you, like, let's go to the needy people and perform energy efficiency to old houses, then that one will create, and we have example in Greece about that, we can create a market and we can create, let's say, first of all, that energy efficiency is not something blah, blah, blah. It's something that you create a better internal environment. So I don't know. I'm lost in that period on the energy efficiency part. Either they call it building or industry. I'm lost. I'm telling you the truth. This is the reality.
Thank you very much. Mr. Delibasic, given your expertise and your experience in EU advocacy and policy making, what do you think are the key regulatory and investment conditions that needed to be established in order for Southeast European countries to meaningfully participate in the European hydrogen market? Mr. Triantafylopoulos said before that market needs speed, need efficiency, we need decisions now. So how will accelerate the investments of hydrogen production in the region of Southeast Europe?
First thing is the implementation of RED III. That is the first and foremost, as Mr. Triantafylopoulos mentioned. We had only 2 member states which transposed it fully, and already both of them said that they will not be able to implement it. The rest either partially transposed or are in the process, or even are saying that it is not feasible for them. So we need a clarity and certainty in terms of that. That is the first point. The reason why they are not able to do it is what I mentioned, are the delegated acts which define how you can and cannot produce renewable hydrogen. That is something that, again, we cannot wait until 28. It needs to be revised this year in order for companies to be able to make. We're already late, by the way, because the Court of Auditors said in 2024 that by the end of 2025, that needs to be revised together with a strategy, and that needs to be fixed. So we're already about a year, we're going to be about a year late compared even to the EU Court of Auditors recommendation on this. In terms of the market signals, this is, as we said, we try to do it by a regulatory push. The targets on their own are not enough, and they will never be enough if they're not grounded in reality. We need that other part. We need to have clarity of what are the markets which would have the offtake. We had now the proposal for the Industrial Accelerator Act, which might be lacking a little bit teeth in this aspect, but this is a good first step. I think we need that for other key markets, for instance, for fertilizers. We need something similar, probably not the same mechanism, but something similar. We need to have the infrastructure recognition of hydrogen as a storage and to have this decentralized way of production. And possibly, as I said, the last thing is a signal for the fuels, because what we have is, I don't know if you followed, but last couple of weeks there was on and off discussion about whether or not the quotas for eSAF in the aviation would be implemented or not, whether there would be penalties or not. We need to have clarity of what are the targets. We need to have incentives for that. I think that the idea that was followed in the CO2 standards for cars and vans on clean steel, providing super credits, is a solid idea also for other industries and other possible applications, notably of hydrogen. And then the last part is the ETS, which kind of underpins the whole structure, which is the sustainability backbone of the European system. We need to have a clarity of whether or not it's staying. Are we having exemptions? If so, under which conditions we are going to allow them to exist? Because otherwise, the whole structure starts moving left and right until it collapses.
Thank you very much. Mr. Triantafylopoulos, Greece is increasingly positioning itself as a potential hub of clean energy in Southeast Europe. From your perspective at the Hellenic hydrogen, what are the most promising sectors for the early deployment of hydrogen in Greece and in the region of Southeast Europe? And how quickly do you see this project becoming commercially viable?
Well, if we are talking about Greece, there are some advantages and some disadvantages as always. A big disadvantage that we have in Greece is that we don't have industrial processes. We don't have a steel industry, we don't have a fertilizer industry. So these industries that can easily and quickly absorb hydrogen without any further conversions are not there. Secondly, we don't have, as most of Europe, the infrastructure to send our hydrogen to demand centers like Germany and Netherlands. So we have to wait for the infrastructure to become available. Therefore, I would say that the two basic pillars, I think Mr. Delibasic mentioned them before, but especially for Greece, the two basic pillars are the maritime sector, where Greece is one of the leading countries within Europe, but I would say globally in terms of shipping. And we have a very big, we are the largest, together with ITRE, ferry operator countries in Europe. If I'm not mistaken, there are like 50 million of tickets in ferries in Greece every year with, 50 million tickets, yes. We have 116 countries that are occupied. So we have a lot of ferries. And ferries are a very good way of decarbonizing the maritime industry gradually. And of course, the aviation industry as well. So hydrogen derivatives for Greece is a good path. The bad thing about it is that the investments on these processes to turn hydrogen into e-methanol or e-SAF are very capex intensive. So in order to take decisions on these investments, you need long-term contracts with off-takers. And again, we come to the same problem. So having said that, I would say that what we are doing and we are starting to do is doing smaller units in a more distributed scenario. We are trying to find off-takers that can take up the hydrogen or the derivative locally without transporting it in large distances. And of course, utilize the wind and solar potential of Greece, which brings me to another problem that we have, and I think it's a problem for a lot of European countries, but especially for Greece. Someone would think, if you talk to a European person, you say, what do you think about Greece? They would say, okay, you have abundance of wind, abundance of solar, so you must have cheap green electricity and cheap hydrogen. This is not the case, unfortunately. And not only that, we are also throwing 2 terawatt hours of green electricity every year. I mean, last year we threw 2 terawatt hours, this year maybe more. One last number, because I like to give examples. If in Greece now somebody signs off a solar PPA and for 45 euros per megawatt hour, the amount of money that he finally pays for electricity is around 75 to 80 euros per megawatt hour. With this structure, there's no viable business case, not for hydrogen, but for a lot of businesses. So we need to revisit not only the hydrogen structure that we have, but also the renewable structure that we have and how these come together. 75% of our cost is the electricity that we consume.
Yes.
So we need to go back and see how this technology and how this business can absorb electricity in a way that it creates efficiency because we're not throwing it away, but it also creates a feasible financial plan.
And what about the safety? That's an issue that all the time I'm listening about.
The safety, yes.
The safety issue.
In transportation sector.
No, it's a very valid question.
Yeah.
It's a very valid question, and
we do not have enough time. So
no, it's
a
one
short
word.
comment.
As I said, one of our shareholders is Motor Oil Hellas.
Yeah.
Motor Oil Hellas is a refinery. Refineries use hydrogen for their processes. In Motor Oil, we have been using hydrogen for more than 50 years in our processes. And we are using it, we are transporting it within large distances within the refinery. So you have to be as careful as you have to be with any industrial gas.
Okay.
This is my answer.
That's
yes.
Make it very clear.
Yes.
In 10 seconds more, one of the MEPs told me an anecdote that the hydrogen buses in his town caught flame because of the electricity, the wiring shorted. And basically they all burned down.
Except the tank.
None of them exploded because of the safety release mechanism that released hydrogen when it detected the first sign of a smoke. So they all burned down, unfortunately, because they were tightly packed. None of them exploded because that is one of the main things. We all think Hindenburg, we all think terrible stuff when we think, but actually the safety of it is, it's not 100% nothing is, but it is very high and the technology is solid.
Good point.
Okay, we reached the end of this discussion. Thank you to all our speakers for a very insightful discussion and information. What clearly emerges from today's exchange is that the energy transition in Southeast Europe cannot rely on a single solution. As we heard, improving energy efficiency remains one of the fastest and most cost-effective ways to strengthen energy security and to reduce demand across building and industry. On the other hand, the expansion of renewable energy will be essential to provide the clean electricity needed of Europe's decarbonized future. And finally, of course, the development of a competitive hydrogen economy is beginning to create new opportunities to utilize clean electricity, support, of course, industrial decarbonization and strengthen regional integration within the European energy system. Thank you very much to follow us. And let's have a short coffee break for a quarter. Thank you very much.
Testing.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to panel C. Our subject is electricity and gas grids. And we have with us a first-class panel covering all aspects, all issues of the subject. We have electricity, we have gas, we have nuclear, regulations, and so on. And the panelists are Panos Panousos, who is a director, system operation of the European Network of Transmission System Operators for Gas at ENTSO-G. We have Christine Lucy Month, who is a board member of ENTSO-E. And online, we have Davor Bais, who is electricity infrastructure expert with Energy Community Secretariat. And we have Aligi Van Heek, who is an independent nuclear consultant with Beta Research. So I talked a bit about this in the morning. I just want to say that electricity and gas grids are fundamentally important as a backbone of Europe's energy system and are crucial for strengthening energy security, particularly in the wake of the 2022 war in Ukraine and today's energy crisis in the Persian Gulf. They are essential for integrating increasing amounts of renewable energy, reducing reliance on fossil fuel imports, and enabling the electrification of heating, transport, and industry. With electricity consumption expected to grow by 60% by 2030, modernizing these networks is a top priority for the EU. Gas grids are also critical to Europe's energy security, given that gas is expected to be in demand to 2050 and beyond, and given the decision to stop importing Russian gas by next year. The implications of all of these will be discussed today by our panelists. And we'll start with Panos.
I will need to,
sorry?
For the slides, I will need to do presentation. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the invitation. Big thanks to the organizers of the event. So, full name Maniatis, Panoussos. I represent here the European Network of Transmission System Operators for Gas. 43 members, just a short introduction from the member states. So we are all transmission system operators for gas, fully regulated business. Yes, I will not go to all the details of the slides. I suppose afterwards they will be available, so you will see all the data that is there. What we have in the gas transportation is a changing landscape, and this is actually what is going on in the 4 or 5 years now. I will not so much focus on the current situation. It's a good example, but perhaps we should see the broader landscape. So what we had in these 4 or 5 years is we had a change of source, mainly meaning that we used to have more Russian gas. Now we have more gas, I would say, from US. We have a change of physical state of the gas. So mostly in the past or up to now, it was pipeline gas. Now we're getting more and more LNG, which has to be regasified. That means that we also develop new routes for the gas to flow. And all this in a changing landscape, which is the result of energy transition and decarbonization and price volatilities, which creates some issues, some change also the landscape. The tools that are used, especially by Commission in order to protect the system and have a more resilient system, are regulation, directives, and we'll go to more details. Unfortunately, in Europe, we're becoming more and more dependent from gas that is supplied outside Europe. So these are the sources of gas to Europe, and these are the big changes. So I'm not sure if you can see clearly, but the red line, which is somewhere in the middle, it's the Russian gas, which is decreasing. So we were at 5,000 gigawatt hours per day at the beginning of 2021. Now it's half gigawatt hour per day, and actually Commission wants, with the current regulation, to reduce that to 0. The blue line is LNG, and it is increasing, not a fast increase, but it is increasing year by year. What you see as a purple line going up and down is what comes from storages. And I will comment on that. The rest of the lines are gas coming from Norway, Caspia, and Africa. These remain a bit more or less stable. What you see as purple line is, as I said, the storage. And what you see, the fluctuations that you see is actually winter to summer. All right, so quite clear that in winter, we need the storage, gas coming from the storages. This is our only flexibility that we have in our system. All the rest of the routes are more or less, let's say, full capacity used. As a result of the decreasing Russian gas, we had to build new infrastructure, mainly for FSRUs, so for LNG, more LNG to be imported. So there is an increase of about 30% of capacity that we had in the recent years, regasification capacity. But if you see a bit better, the line, there is a yellow line that shows the utilization of this capacity. We remain at about 50%. So there is much more capacity that can be used. As a result of all these changes, the transmission system operators have seen gas flowing in different directions. So this is a comparison between 2021 and 2025. You will see that the red lines coming from east to west are more or less not there in 2025. And there are a lot of blue lines, which are the LNG lines. So that means that especially in Central and North Europe, there is more dependency coming from LNG sources. And this, since there are countries which are landlocked and do not have direct access to LNG, there was a lot of reverse flow, let's say, for gas than it used to be. So if you see, there is a nice report developed by ACER, the Agency of the European Regulators, which says that 40% of our capacities were reversed during the recent years. So that means a big change for us, for the operators, than the traditional way of business. Energy transition. These are numbers and infographics coming from Commission, actually. So there is a reduction in the usage of gas, in consumption of gas. I wouldn't say that this is a result of improved efficiency. There are many reasons behind. I don't want to go into details. We have developed a lot of RES. There are binding targets, and there are countries that fulfill the targets, countries that are below. So the volumes of gas used are in a way replaced by RES. Also, we have biomethane, which is increasing. There are very, very ambitious targets there. We are improving. Fortunately, I would say that biomethane uses the same infrastructure for transportation, also for end users. So that's fine. So all this creates a landscape which at least reduces what we see as gas consumption in the coming years. But doesn't mean that the infrastructure is not important. And I quote here what ACER says. The European Union's gas system faces challenges to maintain a network that ensures secure and diversified supply, promotes market integration, supports the development of new decarbonized gases, and manages network costs effectively. So the landscape is changing, but the importance of the infrastructure is still there. Why? Because apart from volume, what remains stable or what increases is the peak demand. So our infrastructure must be there to cover the peak demand. As you know, RES is not always available. So there is a peak demand that has to be covered by gas. Price volatility. We say a lot during the coming days about how prices increased. Please forgive me, perhaps it's not today's price there. This is the TTF price. And this is a comparison of what we had in 2022 by what we have today. So we still are way below of what was some years ago. And this is positive. This shows that perhaps our systems have become more resilient to shocks. Security of supply. These are the regulatory tools developed by Commission to make our system resilient. There is a lot of text perhaps here. I will just say that we have the security of supply, gas supply regulation since 2017. So this regulation foresees the infrastructure standard. That means that there has to be enough infrastructure per country, per member state to cover the peak demands and peak demands during some severe conditions. There is a supply standard there, which says that all natural gas undertakings must provide enough gas at least to cover the demands of the protected customers, that means households. There is what they foresee cooperation between member states to develop joint preventive action plans and joint emergency plans, which is very good. There is permanent bi-directional capacity that was foreseen and was developed in Europe. So all capacities are now more or less bi-directional. There is EU-wide simulation, gas supply and infrastructure disruption. So there are simulations developed by ENCOC, by us, to identify supply risks. There is the gas coordination group, which was established, and that is a platform for discussion, exchanging information, cooperation within the member states. There is the solidarity mechanism that protects the households and hospitals from any kind of shortage of gas. And then, to reinforce this regulation, Commission also had developed regulation about storage filling levels, targets, voluntary reduction of gas, and recently the phase out of Russian gas imports. So this is the regulatory environment, and recently, or at least in the coming months, we will see a revised framework, and that is what we expect. Thank you for this chance to make this introductory.
Thanks, Panos. Maybe when we come to discussion, we can discuss a bit more the implications for Southeast Europe, especially since the withdrawal of Russian gas is having a stronger impact on the region. And maybe the vertical gas corridor and these ideas, can we discuss it later? Thank you. Now let's move to Christian, and a very interesting presentation, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to come here and say something about electricity and security. Apparently, my slides are a bit monotonous. Do I do something wrong?
Anybody can help us with the slide? This one? Sure. Costis, is there anybody to help us with this? Okay.
Maybe I could start without the slides. I think I remember, and I thought I should start by presenting the organization and then start by presenting the members. They are electricity TSOs, and that includes two quite different roles. The T, transmission, we are building, maintaining, operating the transmission grid, kind of grid companies, and in addition, system operators. The electricity system is quite peculiar, quite demanding. There needs to be the exact same amount of generation and consumption each second. And that's at times a challenging task. So the TSOs have a lot of experience in operation. And we know the importance of providing electricity to all the consumers. So I would say that security is in the genes of the TSOs. ENTSO-E has also 40 members from 36 countries. Together, there we go. Now maybe you regret that that the slides appeared. Who knows? And you can see it covers a large area. It covers more than EU. We always brag about the number of kilometers. If your head is approximately like mine, it doesn't give you any insight. But if we take it around the globe, we would go around at the equator approximately a dozen times. So it's a significant amount of lines. And we are serving 520 million inhabitants. So it is a huge system. It is a very reliable power system seen in a global perspective. And we are dedicated to keep it that way, despite the challenging geopolitical situation. So we have a dual role in ENTSO-E. Shortly, we have some legally mandated tasks by EU, and we're also doing voluntary cooperation. As soon as you connect to power systems, there is a need for very tight cooperations. So the European TSOs have a long history of cooperation. And these days, to no one's surprise, we are cooperating a lot on security, which is primarily nationally mandated to us, but we see that we can learn from each other and increase efficiency efficiently that way. Some of the legally mandated tasks, we do adequacy analysis to see if there will be enough generation to meet demand at peak times. We develop technical rules, for instance, to ensure the security, the technical security of the system. We don't coordinate long-term grid planning. We actually do a top-down grid planning, identifying how much it's valuable to invest in new grid capacity, and I'll come back to that. And we have common data platform, for instance. You don't need to understand this slide. You don't need to read the small text. The purpose of it is to say that this is getting complex. And we're talking about the system of systems. It's getting complex because we are getting more renewables, which is different to the traditional generation capacity. We are having sector integration and so on. So it's becoming a more challenging task, and we need digital tools, and we need a digital system. So the power system is both a physical system and a digital system. Okay, building grids. We are making this top-down plan, the so-called TYNDP. And we have identified that the investments needed in grid development until 2050, only in cross-border transmission grids, is larger than 800 billion euros. So it's a lot of money. But we've also calculated that for each euro spent, spent wisely on building the right infrastructure, you get 2 back. So if we stopped building grids after 2030, but continued the development in both consumption and production and transition, it would be, we're very precise here, 49.5 billion euros per year. And mention the previous energy crisis following the invasion showed the security aspect, the resilience made from grids. When some countries are more relying on energy sources which were reduced, disappeared, you can use the grids efficiently. So I thought I would include this slide showing how much interconnected capacity we have estimated that it's valuable to build in the Southeast Europe between 2030 and 2050. And as you can see, and the exact numbers is not the point, there's hardly a border here where it's not valuable to build more transmission capacity. But building all this transmission capacity isn't done by itself. It's not something we just can wish for. And we see some key challenges to actually make this happen. And going from the left, protecting the physical infrastructure. In this situation we're in, it's an important part. We see challenges in the supply chain. We need to be able to access within reasonable time from trustworthy providers the required equipment. I said it's both a digital and a physical system. So we need to ensure the cybersecurity. And I can mention that NSOE did draft the so-called network codes on cybersecurity. So technical regulation meant or with the purpose of increasing the digital security. Financing is a challenge, and the regulatory frameworks for those needed until 2030, I think more than half of them are still in the permitting process. And finally, we need this, but also keep the energy costs fair for the citizens. But without the grids, there's no secure and affordable Europe. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, President. You didn't say too much about interconnection. Can we discuss it a bit later?
Yes.
Especially with yeah, planning, but not
yes.
It's part of the
yeah.
correct?
You have of Cyprus is a member of NSOE. That is right. Yes. So.
Okay. We'll discuss. Can you please connect the war?
So did you just say Davor?
Davor? Okay. There he
Okay,
is.
so thank you very much for inviting the Energy Community Secretariat to this roundtable. We are very much pleased that you included us. So a few words about the energy community and the Secretariat. So energy community is based on so-called Energy Community Treaty signed in 2005 between the European Union and the countries wishing to join the Union back then. So the treaty is about exactly establishing the same legislative framework in the energy community as in the EU regarding energy and environment. At the moment, we have 9 contracting parties, we call them such, countries, 6 Western Balkan countries plus Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So Southeast Europe, as you shown this morning at the map, we have 7 countries belonging to Southeast Europe, if we include Moldova as well. So we deal as the Secretariat with a lot of topics, including energy, gas, oil, environment, security of supply, climate, renewable energy, even cybersecurity, and so on. So this is a very short introduction for those participants who are not familiar with us. So a few words about our contracting parties, which are part of the Southeast Europe. Regarding their generation mix, this is also important from the security of supply point of view. Typical yearly production is 43, around 43% from coal, 40 from hydropower plants. The region is very, let's say, rich with hydropower plants. And then gas participates with 7% typically, and renewables give the rest, which is around 10. And out of these 10%, there is an equal share of wind, solar, and small hydropower plants. So what does it mean regarding the electricity production? The region is not so dependent on gas, which is important these days when prices get up. But anyway, it will be negatively, of course, influenced because the situation at the wholesale electricity price, at the wholesale electricity market will be reflected as well in the energy community contracting parties. Regarding renewables, their share goes up constantly. From the crisis in 2022, we have been witnessing the, let's say, very high and sharp increase of solar facilities, and we also have somehow steady rise of wind power plants. Anyway, at the moment, without hydropower plants, renewables produce, let's say, around 5 terawatt hours out of total production of around 60, 70 terawatt hours. At the same time, production from coal goes down, not just because of the renewables, but the best reserves of coal have been already exploited, so the new ones were not found simply because the whole situation is such that countries did not invest in finding new coal reserves. This would be the situation in general regarding the electricity mix. Regarding the electricity grids, I would say that at the Western Balkan 6 area, grid is very well developed. We have a lot of interconnections between the energy community countries, and also
between the EU member states and energy community countries. So neighboring EU member states are Croatia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece. At the moment, what is the problem? Exchange possibilities are quite low. NTC values are low due to different reasons, mainly because there is no capacity coordination calculations, no flow-based methods. So practically these NTCs are determined unilaterally. So two TSOs calculate this value for one border each, and then the lower one is declared as the NTC. So exchange possibilities are not so high, although the network is, I would say, in place. Of course, in the future, it will have to be further developed, as we have just seen from the presentation of Ms. from NCE. Of course, this energy transition, integration of renewables, dictates different load flows, different patterns, and of course, networks will have to be developed. At the same time, situation in Moldova, I'm not mentioning Ukraine because it is not Southeast Europe, but these two countries are pretty much connected. So situation there is such that they disconnected from Russia and Belarus, connected to the rest of the NSOE, and they will still need to develop new interconnections. Moldova has only one to Romania, and that's something which jeopardizes their security of supply at the moment. So this would be all for this introductory, and I will respond to your questions later, being more specific about the issues which are of your interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Davor. And obviously, we'd like to discuss a bit more Southeast Europe, which is the subject of this conference, but we'll discuss it later. Now, let's move to our last presenter, our last panelist, Aliki, who is going to bring nuclear into the equation. Aliki, the floor is yours. Is she connected? We can see the presentation.
She's muted.
So, yeah, so now you should hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good. So thank you for giving me the floor. I was asked to tell something about nuclear power. So I concentrated on the energy security dimension for Southeast Europe. Why me? I was asked to provide the nuclear chapter for the big report. I'm an independent consultant based in Vienna, Austria, as I worked for the IENE for a couple of years. And so now I'm independent with my own company, Meta Research, and an associate in the partnership Nuclear 21. So I will touch on three aspects of nuclear power: the daily security, that it's firm and predictable electricity for the regional grid; strategic security, so less exposure to gas availability and price shocks; and third, the transition security, a stable backbone for a higher renewables power mix. Next, please. So, in Southeast Europe already has a nuclear base of several operating assets shared and also a shared ownership of two countries and new capacity underway. Actually, 6 countries are active in nuclear: Bulgaria, Croatia, Hungary, Romania, Slovenia, and Turkey, where Croatia and Slovenia share a nuclear power plant. And under construction are there still in Turkey that's building 4 reactors at the Akuyu site. And when complete, this plant is expected to cover about 10% of the national demand. And on the right, I want to show you just for 4 main countries, the nuclear share in the electricity generation. And it's almost half of the electricity generation in Hungary, like 40% in Bulgaria, 1/3 in Slovenia, and Romania almost 1/5. The existing fleet already supplies a large share of firm electricity in several Southeast Europe systems, and therefore provides a platform for extension and new build. Next one. So why is nuclear improving the grid security? On the one hand, there's the predictable baseload, and also on the long term, there's the reduction of dependence on volatile fuel supply. And so it helps every day to provide the predictable baseload, and over the long term by reducing the dependence on volatile fuel supply. On the left, you have an illustrative daily adequacy picture of nuclear, solar, and wind. So, which compares nuclear with the firm output all day and night. Solar, of course, is if there's no clouds, only during the day. And wind, yeah, it's variable, weather dependent, you never know. And yeah, the larger the firm nuclear block, the less gas-fired or imported power of the system you must find during the low wind and low solar hours. So nuclear provides predictable output regardless of wind and solar availability. Long-lived assets support adequacy for decades, and fuel price shocks that they are hitting nuclear less than the gas-fired generation. And on the right bottom, there's an example of the cost structure, a general picture of the comparison of nuclear and gas, combined cycle gas turbine, where you can see that nuclear has most of the costs in its capital, and with the gas turbine, it's the most of the costs it's in the fuel. Therefore, the sensitivity to availability and price shocks. Next one. So what should Europe back next in Southeast Europe? Take care of a balanced pathway. The priority is this balanced pathway. Preserve the existing fleet, add new firm capacity at proven sites, and prepare the SMRs where they solve a real system need. So first of all, keep the current backbone. There's already in Bulgaria, Kozloduy, in Hungary, Paks, Romania, Cernavodă, and Slovenia, the name Kruško, existing capacity, and that should be preserved. They're aging, and as shown elsewhere in the world, lifetime extension is very much possible. And also is an economic case. Second, at proven nuclear sites, you can expand your nuclear capacity. That's what you see happening in Bulgaria with their planned American-style nuclear plant AP1000. In Hungary, the Paks 2 project, also the expansion in Cernavodă in Romania. YEK 2 is the Slovenian project, and the Turkish project is named Akuyu. That they show where large-scale firm capacity can be realistically be added. And then there's thirdly the small modular reactor. They should be used selectively. They're most relevant for coal to nuclear replacement and smaller grids and industrial nodes and sites where large reactors are impractical. And enablers for this, just please go back. Thank you. 3 things, what you need for this: stable financing models, strong regulators, skilled workforce and public credibility, and fuel diversification, regional supply chains, and the cross-border system planning. So to end with, for Southeast Europe, nuclear is not an alternative to renewables. It is the firm backbone to a secure, balanced electricity mix. And with this, I thank you for your attention. Now you can put the next slide. It's just the end slide. Thank you. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ligi.
Welcome.
Well, we had good presentations. We have now covered the area quite well. Let's go into discussion. I will be asking the panelists some questions, and in doing so, you can raise your hand if you have anything to add or ask yourselves. Please do anytime you like to. But I will ask with I will start with Panos. How does ENTSO gas support the implementation of security of supply regulation? In other words, the role, cooperation, coordination, information, flow, and so on.
Thank you. So in the regulation, in the security of gas supply regulation, there is already there a provision that the TSOs for gas should cooperate in case of crisis, and they should exchange information, and they also support Commission in taking the right decisions. So we have a platform which is the Regional Coordination Team for Europe. This is a platform with 53 TSOs. We have there participants from 29 countries. That means more than the member states. And the people that participate in this group are actually from dispatching centers, meaning that there are people who have the operational experience, who their job is to actually see the flows of gas and operate in that way. So these people exchange information, and especially in cases of crisis. They analyze the flow patterns, they see where there are available capacities, and they propose any kind of rerouting for gas. Of course, we do not own the molecules. That means that we cannot affect the flow. So that is the shippers' job to do. So our role is to identify alternative routes and show them to stakeholders. That means information flow to Commission, to ACER, and also the gas coordination group, meaning the member states. So we provide all this information, especially in cases of crisis. But apart from crisis, we have a transparency platform, which is our obligation actually to have. We have this since our establishment, 2010. All information is there. I mean, flows, capacities, networks, tariffs, rules to access the network, everything is there. And apart from that, in order to make information more accessible to everybody, we have built dashboards, which show the daily operation, meaning flows to Europe, flows out of Europe, where capacity is available in a more aggregated format. So all this information is available in our website, and we also communicate this information to everybody and just to support all this process in case of crisis. I hope I've answered your question.
You have? Can you say something about gas in storage? Do you do anything with gas in storage to enhance the response to emergencies?
Yes, first of all, we are transmission system operators, so we do not operate.
No, not operate. Sorry.
We do not operate the storage sites, and we're not responsible for that. Anyway, we get information. There is a special platform for storages, which is the AXI platform from GIE, Gas Infrastructure Europe. We also get the information from there, and we have a special dashboard, which is for storages. Since gas flows from storages to transmission, to our transmission system, we also have to take into consideration that the level of storage. Again, it's something that we cannot affect. I mean, storages operate there are some part of it that operate according to regulation or national rules, part of it that operates according to market rules. We serve as a platform for flow of information, and that is what we can do. We cannot affect it.
I understand. Thank you very much. Aliki, Christian, can you explain how ENSO electricity and the TSOs work to be prepared for various security risks?
I can say something about it. And I think I can say there is a special regulation on this, the risk and preparedness regulation, so-called, which put the responsibility on ENSOE to develop crisis scenarios, and then the member states are obliged to work on plans on how to avoid, how to handle, and how to cooperate, not the least. It's on various levels, pan-European, regional, so on. I would say that these a lot of these scenarios has to do with kind of natural weather, extreme weather. I personally do not come from Southeast Europe. I come from Norway, so for me, icing on lines would be an example, or avalanches. But it's done, of course, for all of Europe. I think I would also like to mention that we're meant to do this every 4th year, next time in 2028, to provide scenarios. We're already now working on new scenarios to reflect the geopolitical situation. And we have also, we're bringing in stakeholders and discussing with stakeholders, and we're widening the scope to be prepared for possible crisis.
Great, thank you. The next question is for Davor. Davor, can you hear us?
Yes, sure. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Davor, please.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. Yep. Welcome back. Would you describe the security of supply situation in the energy community countries?
Okay, so in the Western Balkan 6, so these countries are Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. Actually, we haven't been informed about any security issues these days. It can change, however, but there is no urgency declared in the course of the latest developments in the Middle East. As I said previously, these countries are not highly dependent on gas. They do not use, of course, oil for the electricity production. But I would not exclude some disturbances. Luckily, we are entering a period where the electricity consumption will be lower. But if this crisis of the coal energy sector will last longer, especially over summer, I would not exclude some disruptions. May I remind you that in 2024, so 2 years ago, we had a big blackout in 4 countries, lasting for a couple of hours. Simply the problems are different. In Greece, there is a lot of solar. Greece exports, then they buy capacities over Bulgaria and Romania. So these are commercial capacities, but power flows through the other direction, through Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is the problem with the lack of these capacity calculations, coordinated capacity calculations. So such incident may happen occasionally. We notice large transits, especially from the south to north. But I would say there is no structural problem at the moment, and this is actually solvable. What we have a problem regarding security of supply is Moldova. I have to be honest, this is the first day when I saw the map from this morning's presentation that Moldova is part of the Southeast Europe. But anyway, Romania is, and Moldova is practically, not practically, but very close to Romania, neighboring countries. There are problems there. They have declared the emergency situation these days. Actually, it happened on, I think, 6th of March, mainly because of the crisis in the oil sector and high prices, but it also influences electricity sector, and they took some actions non-market based, for example, abandoning possible exports from Moldova coming from the renewables production based on bilateral agreements, and forcing these producers to sell at the Moldovan market. Then decreasing NTCs for the export direction to zero. And these are some measures which they apply in order to, let's say, improve this situation, mainly because of the financial reasons, but they have a constant lack of commercial capacities for the electricity imports, because they're allowed to import around 350 megawatts, slightly more or less. This is determined on the weekly base, and their needs are, let's say, in the peak 600, 650 megawatts of input. So actually they are constantly under some sort of a pressure and depend on Romania in providing so-called emergency support to them. So this would be pretty much the picture with the security of supply at the moment.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Aliki. Aliki, can you hear us? Good.
Yep.
Can you tell us more about the importance of nuclear energy in Southeast Europe?
Yes, sure. So nuclear energy is not a theoretical option in Southeast Europe. It's already a strategic asset. And several countries in the region rely on nuclear power as a major part of the electricity mix, while others are actively reconsidering or considering it. And this matters because Southeast Europe needs not only decarbonization, but also resilience. Reliable power for households and in industry and critical infrastructure every day and in every season. So in this context, nuclear brings three things to Europe that Europe urgently needs: firm low-carbon electricity, the reduced dependence on imported fossil fuels, and greater long-term strategic autonomy. So for Southeast Europe, this is particularly relevant because energy security cannot rest on weather-dependent renewables alone, nor on continued exposure to gas market volatility. And nuclear provides the stable anchor for the power system and strengthens Europe's broader energy sovereignty. So for Southeast Europe, nuclear is not only an energy option, it is a security option.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes left. I will ask one more question of all of you, but please give succinct answers. So for Panos, let's go back to energy security. What are the new risks and challenges that ENTSO-G identifies for gas system operators as the energy system is gradually decarbonized, moves away from traditional suppliers like Russia, creates new dependencies, and is affected by the geopolitical situation? Mouthful of a question.
Yeah, this is all right. So I will not talk about the commodity, the gas, the more, I mean, because, you know, the risks are prices, perhaps the risks of origin and so on. I will just stick to the infrastructure, which is my role here. So infrastructure-wise, that means that when there is a change of source, a change of the physical state of molecules, as I said, there is a change in routing. So that means that we have to make a lot of rerouting. We might have to build new infrastructure to accommodate this. And that was the case with the FSRUs that were built, especially in Northern Europe, Germany. The new risk, I would say, is interdependency between natural gas, renewable gases, and electricity. This is something that it's coming more and more of a new risk. So this is what we have to take into account, meaning that we see volumes going down. I mean, volumes that we have to transport, volumes of gas, but at the same time, we see demands at peak demands going up. So we must be ready to cover the peak demand rather than the volume. This is the biggest risk. And if I go to a bit shorter term, as you said, storages, yes, storages every winter, every end of summer, I would say, as operators, we must have a look where the storage level is. As operators, we want to see them as full as possible. I'm not talking about the market rules, how these will operate. But as operators, I feel comfortable when I see 90% of filling level in storages. Then I know that I can manage the winter.
Thank you very much, Panos. Christian, does ENTSO-E have any view on the different production technologies from a security perspective?
The choice of energy or production technology is a political question. So we are neutral on that part. Our role is to enable the choices. When we make the grid plan, we take as a starting point the national energy and climate plans from all the member states to make a scenario and then see what grid is needed or useful or profitable from a welfare economic perspective. In addition to that, so we don't have views on that. In addition to see how much grid is needed, we will also look into some of the system aspects that will be that we will need to handle in some way, depending on the technology mix. So we look at the required amount of storage or the technical requirements for those connecting to the grid, how they're supposed to behave in various circumstances. So we are enablers.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Christine. Let's go to Davor. Davor, what are the main challenges regarding the electricity grids in the energy community countries?
1, 2, 3. Okay, so there are, let's say, a number of challenges from transmission rights of way, long time, to construct new lines, property issues. but I would maybe just stress one challenge, and that is also applicable to the whole, I would say, Europe, but it is not mentioned so often, and that's the age of the grids. So grids have been constructed after the Second World War, and there is a lot of facilities, I mean overhead lines, substations, with a lifetime practically larger than the expected lifetime. So I read an information that in Europe, around 40% of all equipment is somehow, if not deteriorated, but actually very old. So it will for sure ask for systematic investments, and this will be also a financial burden for transmission system operators and the consumers who are paying everything as well. So it's not all about the constructing of new lines, including cross-border lines. It will be a big effort also to keep the whole system operational and to modernize it through the revitalization.
Thanks, Davor. And a last question to Aliki. Which role could small modular reactors play in the energy mix in Southeast Europe countries?
Okay, thank you for the question. So small modular reactors, or SMR, they could become a very valuable addition to Southeastern Europe energy mix, because they may offer a more flexible entry point into nuclear power. They are particularly relevant for smaller electricity systems, sites where coal power has to be replaced, industrial clusters and district heating, and other applications where a large conventional reactor may be too big or too complex or too capital intensive. And from a policy perspective, SMRs are interesting because they could help connect three European objectives at once: decarbonization, industrial competitiveness, and energy security. They will not replace the need for large reactors in the near term, and we should be careful not to oversell their maturity. It's just a future thing still, at least in Europe. But they could become an important part of the future mix, especially in countries looking for firm, clean capacity alongside growing shares of renewables. And in that sense, SMRs are not a silver bullet, but they could become an important strategic tool for Southeast Europe and for Europe more broadly. So SMRs are not yet the full answer, but they could become a very practical part of the European answer.
Thank you, Lily. I wish we could continue the discussion a bit more, but we have run out of time. So please join me to say thank you to all of the panelists for excellent presentations and the excellent discussion that followed them.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can somebody hear me? Testing, testing. Can somebody hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'm on the next panel, so I want to make sure everything is working. Thank you for your presentation. I watched and listened.
Okay.
Hello, Christina. Thank you for coming. Grab any chair you want. And we will be starting with you, and then we'll go to Constantine. Hello. Ready for next week? Yes. And as I said before, everybody but 6 or 7 minutes to start with, so we can have some discussion. supposed to finish at 2:45 still. Possibly go on an extra 5 minutes. Summary will be quick. Final bit, but we have to leave the pace. Probably. So I'll start now. We've got everybody here. Yeah. Yes, that's fine. Yes. Hello. Welcome to the final session. Protection of energy infrastructure. By definition, it's important, particularly at times like this. So I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to hand straight over to Christina Brumkanaite, who will tackle it in her own perspective. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. I would say it was a very interesting day because we were having entire energy sector covered. But what is important, not only molecules, but also infrastructure. In my case, I will try to cover things that were not covered before and to find some interesting angles. Because NATO and European Union, basically, they are having some similar and some different approaches. In 2024, in December, European Union adopted the Critical Entities Resilience Directive that will be, we'll see how it's implemented on the 17th of July this year. So basically, we have transitional period when nations have to meet the requirements. What is interesting, European Union is considering that it has 11 different areas where we are having these critical entities. With NATO, it's a little bit different because we are having just 4 areas, and I would say energy actually is on the list of both. So it's something what is coinciding, and I would say important because NATO is having just 2 members outside Europe. Canada and United States. So everything we are doing as Europeans, we can do the best we can. I would say with energy sector is complicated because as you are seeing, we have a radical shift taking place. And I already had these discussions in the past, but probably we are losing oil refineries capacity. And before we saw in the panel that in the recent years, we had 35 of them closed in Europe. In United States, it's actually a different direction because last week it was announced that in Texas, this year they are opening a new oil refinery, which is actually Indian company investment. And it's the first new refinery in 50 years. So they are going different direction. And I would say it has advantages and disadvantages because with energy infrastructure, you have 2 types of it. And basically, you have key infrastructure and you have critical one. So today we'll be speaking just about critical one, but it's disruption. You are having blackout. You have restricted physical availability. That's why it needs to be protected. If you have key energy infrastructure, basically you have higher prices, you have probably less safer supply routes, but it's still possible to operate and do business as usual, but at higher costs. And in NATO, basically we are having at the moment 30 different centers of excellence. And at the moment, in the process of certification, we have a 31st one in Sweden, which will be dedicated to security of supply. So energy is a very important component. And basically, we are putting a lot of effort because this year in our program of work, we have 55 different projects, and most of them actually are related to critical energy infrastructure protection. The biggest issue, if you would see Ukraine or current conflict in Middle East, is unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, because we are wasting very precious resources intercepting missiles to take down drone that is costing $20,000, $30,000, and missile alone is up to $1 million. So basically, it's waste of resources, and we are trying to do everything we can to prepare Europe in case we have this emergency as well here on our soil. Why it is important? I would say when I was working in energy sector, I was a risk manager for the largest energy company in the region. And I was investing a lot of money to risk events, which probability was once in 50 years, once in 100 years. So basically, to have a war, it was probability to have it one time in 50 years. And now we are seeing that in Europe, basically, we are having this risk that is actually becoming reality. With infrastructure, I would say we were having electricity and gas covered. So I would add one more component, oil pipelines. Because during the Cold War in Western Europe, we were having very special infrastructure that is still supplying 5 main airports in 5 NATO nations, Central European pipeline system, that is actually planned to be expanded towards east. But as it was told, fossil fuel projects are not funded by European Union money because of taxonomy, and it's not in our long-term goals. So basically, NATO is having their own investment programs, and this project will be put into the plans until 2050, basically long-term. How it will go, we'll see, because with energy infrastructure is very complicated. You can't hide your fuel tanks. You can't hide your storage. So basically, these areas are becoming first target. Question would be, can we protect this infrastructure? Yes. So basically, we can implement measures. There are anti-drone nets, there are walls, there are electronic jamming measures. But none of them is working 100%. Basically, it's just a matter of time and effort when your energy object will be eliminated if your adversary is putting enough effort. But for us, I would say it's important to win time because as it was told by NSOE, we can't store electricity. So basically, if we have an emergency in electricity grid, we have blackout and you have to solve any issue within milliseconds or seconds, not to use the frequency. With, let's say, a gas grid, you have 24 hours time frame. With oil, I was talking with colleagues about this in NATO Supply and Procurement Agency that is covering this. Basically, it's 72 hours window. And that would be my start. Passing over.
That is a quite remarkable piece of timing. Congratulations.
I was doing my best.
Our next speaker is Konstantinos Chatsifotis. So I'll pass it over to you straight away.
Thank you very much. Add my warm thanks to our host, Professor Farantouris, of course, the organizer, Mr. Stambolis, and I think it's a very timely opportunity. Although we are the last panel, still I believe that is one of the most crucial issues, the protection of energy infrastructure. I took the challenge of our moderator to start from the end of what I had to, as a proposals to make at this panel. So I think that in order to highlight 3 key priorities for the present and future protection of critical energy infrastructures, first would be the proactive and comprehensive through investments, coordination and policies into EU and national strategic and defense planning, addressing data and cybersecurity vulnerabilities and interoperability gaps, and adapting to regulatory and operational frameworks to the growing importance of dual-use infrastructure. Now, obviously, it has been discussed extensively today that we live in consecutive crisis mode. It's like a permanent basis about geopolitical crisis and tensions that, you know, they are approaching the threshold of prolonged and systemic armed conflicts with no ending. So in this context, energy security and resilience
particularly through the protection of critical energy infrastructure, are emerging as fundamental pillars for the national sovereignty, social cohesion, and global economic stability. From Venezuela to the Strait of Hormuz and from Ukraine to other emerging hotspots, no energy-related crisis remains geographically contained. Its impact is rapidly transmitted across markets, supply chains, and ultimately into the daily lives of citizens and businesses. So these potential disruptions end up in significant volatility and affect every single citizen. Against this backdrop, the European Union's energy policy and its objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2050 is increasingly tested between two powerful and opposing forces: the spillover effects of geopolitical instability, especially in the southeastern neighborhood, and the emergence of a new economic and trade paradigm across the Atlantic. So Europe is now confronting this structural difficulty of delivering simultaneously on the energy trilemma, ensuring security and resilience of supply, maintaining affordability and competitiveness, and advancing decarbonization and stability. Sustainability, I'm sorry. As it has been mentioned earlier, in periods of heightened geopolitical tension, such as the one that we are experiencing now, the balance inevitably shifts towards security and resilience and becoming the dominant priority. At the same time as Europe is developing and advances along its energy and digital transition pathway, the backbone of this transformation is a new generation of infrastructure that is more interconnected, more decentralized, and more exposed. Recent incidents, including the large-scale power disruption and cascading effects on telecommunications in Spain, demonstrate how vulnerable highly interconnected systems can be. In today's rapidly evolving geopolitical environment, critical energy infrastructure can no longer be considered separate from defense. As these systems become more technologically advanced and interconnected, both the spectrum and sophistication of risks increase accordingly. The battlefield of our time is expanding from the physical to the cyber domain, placing the protection of critical infrastructure at the center of strategic planning. Resilience is therefore no longer a purely technical matter, but is a strategic imperative. This strategic shift is also reflected in the evolving European regulatory framework, including instruments such as the NIS2 directive and the Critical Entities Resilience framework, which elevate infrastructure protection to a core policy priority. And this is the perspective I want to share with you today, the view and the responsibility of regional energy operator, which lies at the borders of the European Union in a highly sensitive geopolitical environment. Our group manages assets that constitute critical pillars of the country's energy security that must operate continuously 24/7, withstanding both external and internal shocks and delivering energy in the form of electricity and fuels to households, businesses, hospitals, schools, transport hubs, and defense infrastructure. Beyond traditional assets, such as the refineries or power generation units, the scope of what must be protected nowadays has expanded significantly. It now includes renewable energy installations, such as wind and solar parks, LNG terminals, natural gas pipelines, and even electric vehicle charging networks, distributed, interconnected, and often more difficult to secure. The challenges we face today are fundamentally different from those even a decade ago. We are witnessing a convergence of risks: climate-driven extreme events, hybrid and asymmetric threats, including sabotage, cybertext, disinformation, and the weaponization of energy flows. Where once physical security, such as perimeter protection and surveillance, was sufficient, today we must also address emerging threats: drones, both aerial and maritime, as well as increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks targeting interconnected energy management systems. At the same time, we must not overlook hybrid threats during peacetime including climate-related risks such as wildfires, which can severely disrupt energy systems. So, to conclude, ultimately, protecting energy infrastructure is not only about safeguarding assets or standalone action. It's about safeguarding stability, sovereignty, and the continuity of our economies and societies. And it is also about an integrated approach, combining prevention, technology, risk management, and long-term strategic planning. Thank you.
Konstantinos, thank you very much for a very succinct summary on what has to be done and how to address the issue of protection. Our final speaker in person, because we have one online, is Filippo Castro-Barrigon from DG Energy. And there's been much comment about DG Energy and European regulation. You're entitled to address them, rebut them, refute them as you see fit. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for inviting me then today. So I work in the IENE, indeed, in the area of security and safety of supply, and in particular, my role is in cybersecurity policy in energy, and in particular in the EU. And that's more or less what I will try to address today to give you an overview of what we are trying to achieve today in cybersecurity for energy as part of the broader concept of cybersecurity in the EU. So today, indeed, cybersecurity is more and more in the, I would say, in the brink of the discussions, and also part of the areas that is always mentioned when talking about security and safety. And why this is like that is because more and more the energy infrastructure, broadly speaking, from generation all the way to the consumption, is more and more digitalized. So cybersecurity is relevant only when we have digital systems. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about cybersecurity. So now, it's not the same level of digitalization what we see in different subsectors of energy, and therefore, also the level of risk in each of them is also different. And in the EU, in the European Union, we are looking at it from a horizontal perspective with the horizontal framework. We heard today about the NIS2, about Cyber Resilience Act, Cyber Solidarity Act, the new proposals on the Cybersecurity Act and the Digital Omnibus. There is sectorial legislation as well, trying to address more specifically things that are specific to a sector, like, for example, the network code on cybersecurity for electricity cross-border flows. And each of them looks at the problem in a slightly different way, trying to complement each other. So when we look at and we talk about critical infrastructure, then the main legislation is NIS2. This is the one that is the horizontal framework. Energy is one of the sectors, the first sector actually in the next one. And energy undertakings are considered as essential inside. You know that NIS2 has also thresholds in terms of which entities are in scope. So not all entities in energy are within the scope of NIS2, and this is part of the national competence to define which ones are and which are not. When looking specifically into energy, in addition to the horizontal framework, we have a specific legislation, like, for example, the network code on cybersecurity for electricity. And here the intention, and that's also today my key message, is that what we are trying to do is to identify what is critical in each of these infrastructures that we are dependent on. This is the idea. So when we talk about electricity, we try to identify, in the case of this delegated act, is which are the industrial processes, basically, those processes that are happening in the different entities that are dealing with cross-border flows, whether we talk about generation, transmission, distribution, consumption, or also digital providers that are providing services to these entities, which of their industrial processes are most relevant for the reliability and security of these cross-border flows of electricity. And I'm talking industrial processes. I'm not saying now anything digital yet, because that's the second step. Is once we know which are the key processes, the most relevant ones, then is to identify what is digital inside, which digital services systems are supporting, enabling these operations, and then those will be the ones that will be in the scope of this type of legislation. The intention is what? The intention is to put the effort, put the investment in terms of cybersecurity measures, and their way it's most important. This is the idea. Not in all sectors we have the same level of interconnectivity, but particularly, for example, in electricity, the electricity grid in the EU is very much interconnected, and that's why also many of those processes are common within the EU, at least within each of the regions that the electricity grid is organized. And that means that because they are common, we can leverage this to have common processes, common measures as well, and a harmonized way of looking at the risk, so doing the risk assessments, and a harmonized way of looking to those measures that need to be put in place, harmonized way of reporting as well. When we have vulnerabilities, we heard right before, when we have incidents, this the intention is to do it in the best possible way and with the least possible cost as well. No? So this is the idea behind that. And then just to complete a bit the picture on EU legislation on that is that we have this sectorial legislation, we have NIS2, we have also the Cyber Resilience Act looking at products. So basically all products that are put into the market in the EU that have a digital part inside are potentially a target for cyber attacks, and then including, of course, those that are installed in energy infrastructure. And that's the way the EU is looking at how to ensure that those products are put into the market and are safe when they are the initial moment, but also maintain secure during the life cycle of these products. And this is extremely important as well when we talk about energy infrastructure, because there we have a dual situation, is that on one side we have very modern technology, but we have also long lifetimes for them. That means that much of the equipment either is sometimes already, I would say, out of support, for which the companies are not providing any more updates, for example, or digital maintenance, or they will be in the future. And then how to manage this type of risk to make sure that these products are maintained secure in the long life of some of them, at least, is one of the things that the Cyber Resilience Act is looking at as well. And that's, I think, for the introduction. Thank you.
Felipe, thank you very much indeed. That was fine. I'm going to inquire whether we have Biotis Patrimas online.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Give a little bit of time to get the system up and running. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I can see you.
Excellent. Then without any further ado, would you like to address us? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts, for moderating, and special thanks to Christina, who put in a good word for me. She heard my lecture at the Baltic Defense College last week, and he said, Mr. Butrimas can address the cyber. Okay, I'm going to talk about why we are still struggling in critical energy infrastructure protection. We continue to fail in determining two things. One is what needs to be protected. Instead of protecting technologies used to monitor and control physical processes governed by the laws of physics and chemistry, we are applying office IT data-centric solutions. I'm sorry, I've been in this for 16 years, and I've even worked on ENISA guides during that time. I'm an acknowledged contributor. I can see this, not just here at the EU, but in other places. Next area that we're not sure about is from what threats, what can threaten those assets that we identify that need protection. The main focus of attention is on cybercrime, ransomware, and cyber espionage. Missing is the most dangerous operator is the malicious cyber activities of state that target the critical infrastructure of another state. I don't have time. I can go over several examples. Christina saw them last week. Then how are we protecting those assets from identified threats? You know, the failure to answer those two questions, what to protect them from what threats, has led to bad cybersecurity strategies like the US Cybersecurity Strategy of 2023, which points out the need to protect baby monitors and personal fitness devices instead of programmable logic controllers, remote terminal units used in substations, and grid protection devices. EU's directives are very office IT, network data, and information centric. And the NIST too as well. I've read and I've written articles about these. And the Cyber Resilience Act, I'm sorry, it focuses on devices with digital elements without defining what they are. Here is a device with digital elements. Is that what you're talking about? Smartwatches? I don't think so if we're talking critical infrastructure. Why not be specific? The CRA is a challenge to understand at 100 pages. Recently, a draft implementation guide on how to work with the CRA has been issued for comment. How many pages is it? 70. Oh dear. Cyber events are thought to be intentional and malicious, but as we saw in the Iberian Peninsula blackout in April of last year, a massive infrastructure failure can occur without malicious intent. However, a policy decision not to allow the growing climate change-driven inverter-based source of power generation to help in restoring balance to the grid contributed to the severity and length of that outage. By the way, this is not an issue in the United States where inverter-based power is allowed to help restore balance. Best practice is available to modify policies that are not working. Are we falling into cyborg thinking? Cyber and iceberg is a word that's been invented. Think of the captain of the Titanic who on that fateful night in April, not too far away, the anniversary, when he heard his ship captains in the area saying, we're stopping for the night, icebergs are ahead, he decided just to keep going, ignore the warnings. And in regard to what happened in Poland last December, 2 days before New Year's, part of the power grid was attacked through cyber means. And I'm just amazed by it. I've read the report by the Polish CERT. The methods and attack vectors have been known since 2010. The attacker has been known since 2015. They've been active in Ukraine before Christmas in 2015 and in 2016, part of the city of Kiev. Governments, industry alerts, security company reports, books, I have lectured and written articles, have all been available for the last 16 years. Best practices are available. Standards, the IEC 61850 that's on substations, the ISA 62443, Industrial Automation and Control System Standard, ISA 84, Safety Systems, the Para Plus reference architecture to help operators find out what devices are critical, their level of criticality is all available. Still, the victim used default settings on their equipment that you can find on the internet by looking at the user manual with the password is for the administrator, and the available security that would have even mitigated this attack was not even enabled. So what's wrong? Operationally, the task is complicated. Now there is climate change to deal with. Managing interconnected grids, high renewable penetration, maintaining voltage stability, reactive power balance, reacting to the changes, protection coordination are all much more difficult for the operators than they were before. There's need for heightened scrutiny, record high connection queues. People like me are waiting in line to get their solar panels connected to the grid. Surging data center demand, which is like the biggest gas data guzzlers in the world right now, besides people. Unparalleled stress on transmission infrastructure worldwide. Other problems in policy making and implementation. At the government level, many decision makers have no idea of the environments that industrial control systems operate in on an energy grid, water grid, you name it, any area of critical infrastructure. But they are getting a lot of input from IT consultants and suppliers, good office security solutions, but not for process control real time where something can go boom in the night. Laws of physics and chemistry, not data protection here, folks. Standards are available, 62443. How many in the audience have heard of these standards? They're available. There's conflicting guidance also from these organizations, what needs to be dealt with. Help wanted. We need a way to convey the importance of industrial cybersecurity risk to both governments and industrial end users. So something positive, kind of a pessimistic picture I'm painting. It's a proposal for enterprise integration. Look at the Purdue Reference Architecture Plus. It's being updated. It helps convey the importance of industrial cybersecurity risk to both governments and industrial end users. It informs owners, vendors, and service providers on integrating cybersecurity requirements. It also informs educators in the long term. Computer science curricula need to have engineering added so they know what kind of, if they get a job at an oil refinery, they don't have to ask, well, how do I talk to my automation engineers? And the engineers also need to know something about computer science and what to expect. And not just talking, but providing master planning guides, learning maps, and micro learning modules to chart a practical path forward. I have contributed 6 mini modules for CISOs, industrial cybersecurity for CISOs. Last but not least,
that's fine at the moment. We're going to try to have some questions too, and we've got a very short amount of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We've got an enormous amount of material. That's the problem we have here. And we do know how important and crucial cyber is. You just have to look at the fact the multiple thousands of attacks every single, I think it's hour now, not day. I was going to ask, did you want to come back because you made the point about the disconnect between what we want to protect and the threats to it? Did you want to say more about that?
Yes, I mean, actually, when we want to protect something, and I think this is not a question of cybersecurity only, it's a principle in security, is we need to know what we need to protect. This is basic, I would say, security from all ages, no? And the question here is how we perform the right risk assessment with the right methodology to understand what is our key processes, industrial processes, our key assets that are supporting them, and then from there we can take and invest in the right place. Now, this is for me, and also when I look in the way EU legislation is going with a risk-based approach, this idea. Easy to say, very difficult to do, because a risk assessment is a notion that we understand all intuitively. Now, performing a good risk assessment is far from being easy. And then we see that not only in cyber, we see in all what's happening today, assessing the risk and coming to a position where you know what are the pros and cons, where is the vulnerability, where the threats are coming from, is extremely difficult and normally prone to fail, I mean, to at least some failure. So thinking that we can reach 100% cybersecurity or 100% correct understanding of vulnerabilities and threats is impossible. So what we need to understand is that we need to take always a bit of a risk in such an operation. But the real, I would say, challenge is to make those risk assessments properly done in particular in the energy sector, in each of the subsectors and each of the different type of installations and places where we are looking at and trying to secure. Yeah.
Christina, you used the phrase, I think, we can't hide energy infrastructure. Mm-hmm. Do we either need to learn to hide it, and if so, how? Or does that mean that one of the solutions we have to be thinking about is much greater diversification and duplication of energy infrastructure?
I would say it is both, because we are having different technologies that are solving this issue. As it was mentioned in Ukraine, we have very extensive uses of solar because you can put it back online very fast if your inverters are intact. But we are also exploring other technologies. So we have solid hydrogen, that is actually at the moment researched by Science and Technology Organization of NATO. And we have actually two technologies analyzed at the moment. What is actually very good, it can use hydrogen from any possible source. And basically it solves two issues that military are having. You have electricity, you have heat, and you have a side product, water, that basically transporting fuel and water, most of the casualties are happening. Another project that is actually at the moment in pipeline is small nuclear reactors, but not the ones that we were talking about today. We are talking about micro nuclear reactors that are from 1 to 5 megawatts capacity. So basically, we are looking at everything what we can put on ISO container and move from point A to point B. And diversification is happening naturally because everything what is used in civilian sector, military basically are using in parallel. So basically that's why we are very worried with over closing refineries, because in our case, in this case, we have to move on either to different technology or different source of fuel. And it was mentioned that we are having ESAF, sustainable aviation fuel. At the moment, it's less than 1%, but it's very attractive for military just because we don't have to change our jets, we don't have to change our engines, and we are very keen to use everything what is not requiring rapid change or technology change. Thank you.
I have a question which is prompted by something that Vyosas Bushramas was talking about. But the question is actually to Konstantinos. And it's, we're clearly getting vastly more complex forms of energy infrastructure in the form of all the digitalization involved. And you yourself said that as these systems become more complex, so their protection becomes more complex. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. And then I want to add something to Christina just said. Yeah, I mean, imagine that currently the assets that we are operating, they are spread around Greece, in the north, in the south, in the islands, and somehow they are all interconnected. The solar panels, our wind farms, our refinery, the LNG transportation system, our newly we are currently building a new hydrogen infrastructure, production infrastructure. So what we have done so far, we created a company on our own to provide cybersecurity protection to all of them, if it's possible, in order to have a unified way and with common protocols, with common standards, so to be able to have at least a basic control on them. But when it comes to physical protection, things I believe they're becoming even more troublesome, because I remember the discussion I had with the security officer in our refinery. In the past, we used to have a patrolling car around, the refinery. Then we put cameras. Afterwards, we acquired an anti-drone system. Now we have to put an anti-drone system in the sea because we are next to the sea. And now we have understood that, new threats from drones are like those that are smaller, like in the like a ball, small ball, that they can normal anti-drone systems cannot detect. So this means continuously, demanding investment in protection, which I think that individual players cannot do it on their own. You have to have a strategic, approach with your national defense and security authorities, and this to create a whole over, what needs to be protected. because I'm, in our group of companies, I'm responsible for EU funding instruments. We deal a lot with these new cleaner fuels. What is really interesting is that some of them, they don't play only the role of decarbonization. They play the role of autonomous fueling of infrastructures. So it's easier to have, something in a container and you move it from one side to the other that is, using solar energy and transmit and transform it to e-fuel, rather than having to get from the refinery gasoline, petrol, put it in a tube trailer and take it somewhere. So this is quite interesting. And I see that there is, investment from the European Union through especially the European Defence Fund, and we are part of it. We are working in a project named Sentinel, where we deal about the energy transition in military camps. And you see there together working hydrogen, renewables, synthetic fuels, and try to combine them in a future military camp. So this is, I think, very, very interesting as a development.
Thank you. Very quickly, I cut Mr. Butramash off in order that we could make sure we had some questions. If, Vyacheslav, you have any key point you would like to make, you've got 1 more minute now.
Thank you very much. For those policymakers in the audience, do yourself a favor and invite the engineers to help you write those policy documents. It is worrying when the engineering community that is running the power grid, petrochemical plants, and power generation, transmission, and distribution systems is not represented. As Sir Kenneth Clark said at the end of his documentary series, Civilization, in 1969, I remember watching it back then, he ends it, "One may be optimistic, but what can't exactly be joyful at the prospect before us." That's all I wanted to say at the end. I've lost the sound. I can't hear anything.
Everything is okay.
My thanks to all the panel and indeed to all the audience for being here, but we have a final brief set of remarks from Costis and myself.
Would you like to go first?
Okay, I've got about 5 minutes. That's right. I was attempting to do some kind of a summary. I mean, we began with the comments from Professor Farantouris, and I'll come back to that at the end, because the first point that struck me was one that Yannis Maniatis made, that significant progress was being made in diversification of energy sources. That was helpful. Amit more than stressed we were becoming less dependent on oil than ever before. And indeed, you could almost say the same with gas, with regard to Europe at least. However, as Charles Ellinas pointed out, the question of just what kind of a role Israel is going to play as a supplier and the relationship it has with Egypt, given the problems that Egypt is currently having, increasing difficulties becomes important. Michael Christidis, when he was moderating, noted resilience is still a work in progress. And we've had other key points made. Maria Caliani was speaking about methane and the problems of regulation that mean we hamper, or Europe hampers, its requirements for fossil fuels at the most, literally at the moment, we desperately need to have an alternative input. Refining, said Yannis, is of course the forgotten victim of crises, especially in Europe. And all these issues apply to Southeast Europe. Costis, from our own IENE, noted how uncertain was the outlook for regional oil and gas because of the current times. Nurjan Aikmakana from the Kazakh embassy stressed the reliable partner that Kazakhstan was, but that it was in need of technical assistance and a loosening of regulatory impediments, which was a common theme. Energy efficiency, backup, low-cost hydrogen, the entry stage of needed for green hydrogen to start. Sorry, low-cost hydrogen should be the start before you move green hydrogen. That came out of the energy efficiency and hydrogen panel. Roundtable C, gas grids, the importance of nuclear stress, the importance of cooperation in energy flows. And finally, we started getting round to the issue of cybersecurity and, of course, storage. We have just heard from Christina the brief timings that are involved when you are seeking to protect energy installations from threats. You don't get much warning. We also heard word during the course of it, not all threats are malicious. Some happen. And then there is the problem, the connection between advances in energy technology and infrastructure and the need for comparable advances or even faster advances in energy security protection. My own summary on all of this is that we have a sort of rather strange paradox. We are trying to reduce our dependence on oil and gas, particularly from the Middle East. But in order to do that, we, whether it is Southeast Europe or it is Europe as a whole, actually need greater cooperation, greater integration, but also greater flexibility. We're going to have to learn to develop new models. I've got two other simple conclusions. One, of course, is, well, what can one say about Costis Stambolis? Say that somehow he has managed to produce a reference work that is both one that is a standard work for data in the area, and at the same time is a symposium of complex analyses. And that becomes a work that is simply unparalleled. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I'd end with a tribute to Nikolas Farantouris, who made the simplest comment of all. We need to promote and increase and intensify the diversification of sources, mix, and routes for energy. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, John Roberts, for unwavering support over the last few years. Your presence here is proof to that. And you're most useful because you have the ability to summarize things and thoughts and put them in a reasonable, present them in a reasonable form. And that's not always easy. So, dear participants, dear speakers, moderators, we've reached the end of a very difficult day. What
we did today, with the encouragement of Nikos Farantouris and the help of his staff, Mr. Varvaresos and Mr. Spathis, to whom I'm grateful, was that we brought together all the main elements of energy security across the board. Now, and we did this, of course, in a very fast pace. Not always the right thing, but it is the situation we're facing, the uncertainty and the worsening energy situation that necessitated that approach. A lot of things were presented, a lot of comments, new information came into light. Old data was brought forward and commented upon. So now, John, who is the rapporteur, he will prepare a summary of all this in due course. It will not be done instantly. And you will be sent this. But meanwhile, before that, early next week, we are going to let you know we're going to let you have all the presentations, which are going to be posted on the microsite of the event at the IENE EU website. So you will receive email where you can access this and you can see all presentations. But our job will not be completed before the rapporteur's report is prepared and we have an overall view of this. Furthermore, I had a discussion with Nikolas Farantouris today, and he said that he is very happy and prepared to offer his good offices for further series of meetings, not only on this issue, but on other relevant energy issues. But to me, it seems that if we're going to be useful as an institute and as a group, what we could do from now on is really focus, take 2 or 3 key issues out of all this debate today and organize special workshops on each one. Otherwise, our contribution is not going to be noticed or going to be useful. So you will hear more from us over the next few months. But what I'd like to finish these closing remarks with is that we have now in place our energy security program, which with the encouragement by John and other people in the Institute, we set up. We produced some research paper, research note. We organized this meeting. We're having webinars and so forth. So this program is now in a firm sort of footing, and through that we're going to work a lot more towards this direction. And I wish to thank you all for your participation, and especially Nikolas Farantouris. Yes, Mr. Deputy Chairman.
I have a comment.
Yes.
And in rapporteur's speech, 2 things that are missing. There is no word on renewables, and there is no word on energy efficiency and energy poverty. I don't think that hydrogen was the importance. The importance is energy efficiency and energy poverty and the crucial role of renewables. Because we are listening a lot of things about the important role of nuclear, for example, is not an alternative to RES. Things like that, we have to discuss it, things like that. So I'm kindly asked the rapporteur to include in the final statements words about energy efficiency, energy poverty, and renewables. Thank you.
But energy, excuse me, but energy poverty, understand renewables and energy efficiency, energy poverty, how does it figure in energy security?
Okay. So that means
Can
that probably you are missing my presentation, Mr. President.
No,
I'm
it's not
afraid
that.
of. Yeah, because it was clear. It is absolutely energy security doesn't mean oil, gas, and nuclear. Or the other.
May I just add a word and say, I addressed renewables very briefly in my opening statement, and it would be very remiss of me indeed if I didn't include a section on renewables and the requirement for renewables in the final report. As for your comments on energy poverty, I regret I did not mention it. I regret I haven't covered it in the way it should be, and I will certainly include it because it is absolutely crucial on energy security. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have, we may have one afternoon session on that in Greece to explain. Immediately the lights off. Oh, no, this is energy efficient measure. Now, Christina, wait.
You're putting me on the spot, aren't you?
Okay. We need a little bit of the blood to go up.
No, you were quite right.
The lobby, the strong lobby of energy efficiency.
Oh, gosh. Look.
So in my case now it's the European Union.
Yes, I didn't do it so.
It is impossible to include everything in your don't listen. Don't listen. In the lobby.
Yes, I'm very flexible. Thank you very much. And you know, forward.
What we doing?
It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, I'm keeping everybody so short, but
We
don't
I started with gas.
Σ' άρεσε, ειδικά το δικό μου άπεκε τους οικονόμους. Αν είναι λίγο εντάξει.
Αυτό που μου άρεσε πολύ.
Το θέμα είναι ότι εσύ θα είσαι στο κομμάτι του πώληση. Αυτό λοιπόν δεν στο πανεπιστήμιο. Δες και στο πανεπιστήμιο που είσαι να παίρνεις μαθήματα πάνω σε αυτό για να καταλαβαίνεις και το πιο βάθος. Παπί που είναι ο Φαραντούρης. Ναι, είναι καλό. Ναι, γιατί
Officers or basically